Camarillo City Council will come to order for its regular meeting of Wednesday, February 14, 2024. Sorry to everybody in the back of the room. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll call this meeting to order at 4:30, and Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call?
Councilmember Martinez Bravo.
Present.
Councilmember Santangelo.
Here.
Councilmember Tennyson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Kildee.
Here.
And Mayor Tremblay.
Here. And we have a closed session. Madam Council, would you go ahead and lead us? I can't see you down there.
Certainly.
Lead us into closed session.
I guess we have one item that's listed on the agenda for closed session, and that's conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation under Government Code Section 54956.92. One potential case that relates to appeal letters filed December 14th and 15th as listed on the agenda, and those documents are available if requested and are also attached to the agenda documents. If there's any reportable action, I will make that report.
All right, and we are in recess until 5 o'clock.
I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Camarillo Sanitary District. It's Wednesday, February 14th. Happy Valentine's Day. And let the record reflect that all council members are present. And Dr. Martinez Bravo, would you please lead us in the flag salute?
Sure. Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
Thank you. Do we have any changes to the agenda? Hearing none, I'll move forward to general public comments. Are there any general public comments for the Camarillo Sanitary District? Seeing none, we will move to the consent calendar.
Move the approval of consent as submitted.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. How are we voting? Roll call?
We can do a roll call vote.
Roll call vote.
Sure. Director Kildy,
Yes.
Director Martinez Bravo,
Yes.
Director Tremblay,
Yes.
Secretary Tennyson,
Yes.
and Chair Santangelo.
Yes. Okay, that brings us to our discussion items, which is the water reclamation plant upgrades. And I believe we have a staff report. James?
All right. Can you hear me there? All right.
Mike?
Get the microphone right close to you.
Oh, there we go. Perfect. All right. Good evening, Madam Chair and directors of the Camarillo Sanitary District Board. My name is James Campero. I'm the Assistant Public Works Director, and I'm happy to be here today to present on the water reclamation plant project. Before we get started here, given this is February 14th and a televised event, I will include an asterisk that I'm not overly happy to be here with respect to my wife and 3 daughters at home. That aside, jumping right into it, a little background on the water reclamation plant. It treats 3.5 million gallons per day. It was constructed in 1957 with several various subsequent upgrades over the years. As I was kind of reviewing this presentation, it came to mind that the plant really is a tremendous facility that never stops working. I'm not sure many of us realize or stop to acknowledge that incredible but simple fact. The plant's always open for business. We aren't told that showers, restrooms, laundry are restricted or closed between the hours of 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. It's really a pretty incredible thing when you think about it. Disneyland, for reference, has the distinction of being known as the happiest and most open place on the planet. I believe prior to COVID, it had only 3 closure days in its 65-year history, and we got it beat. Maybe not as the on the happiness front, but at least on the most open. All that to be said, in regards to the plant, this isn't just your average 67 years. These are 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, hard-earned, never not working years. And even more to the point that the water reclamation plant is old and nearing the end of its useful life, which really makes complete sense when you think about it. These findings were further confirmed and documented in the wastewater master plan, which was approved by the CSD board in July of 2022. At that time, the board also included a motion directing staff to specifically investigate a partial plant reconstruction alternative in addition to the full plant reconstruction alternative, or replacement alternative, sorry. The planning consultant, WSC, who had completed the wastewater master plan, subsequently initiated these follow-up analysis. And on September 2023, WSC and staff presented the initial analysis and information to the Utilities Committee. The information was presented based on planning level general information and investigations and general design layouts to compare the 2 alternatives. During that process and during the presentation, it became clear to staff and the Utilities Committee at that time, credit to Director Tremblay and Director Martinez-Bravo for digging deep into that analysis and asking some very good questions. And as I stated, it became clear to everyone that we really needed more detailed design level information, including specific site design drawings, layouts, and cost estimates in order to make these critical decisions or critical recommendations to the Utilities Committee and ultimately the CSD Board. So at that time, staff regrouped and we kind of thought, what do we do next? We really needed a good treatment plant design consultant. Well, as luck would have it, City had initiated the process to select consultants to provide design and environmental services for the water reclamation plant project. I semi-jokingly mentioned that we were lucky, but in reality, staff knew that there would be a need for designer input and involvement in some capacity. So staff went through a thorough consultant selection process and received submittals from very qualified top plant design firms. Just as a reminder, for professional services, the selection is based on what we call in the industry qualification-based selection, and it's exactly as it sounds. You're selecting a consultant by how qualified they are, not by who's the cheapest. In other words, when you're designing a major facility like a plant or a bridge, you don't want to go with the cheapest engineer, right? So Hazen Sawyer was unanimously selected by a consultant selection panel as the top firm to provide design services for the project. They're an engineering firm specializing in treatment plant design, interviewed very well and had a very good project approach, and more importantly, they had a very strong team. Their project management team, solids, liquids, their design team, all very good. Staff negotiated scope of services with them to provide preliminary design services, including comprehensive assessment of existing infrastructure, thorough alternatives analysis, and most importantly, they'll provide good design level cost estimates based on detailed design drawings and layouts versus generic planning level information. This will also allow for a seamless shift into the final design, since the design team would be performing that instead of the planning consultant. Last thing we'd want to do is to have to backtrack or redo or revisit major design elements or decisions. Hazen Sawyer, as I mentioned, they specialize in treatment plant design. The benefit of these types of large, once-in-a-career projects are they bring out the top consulting firms. Hazen Sawyer has the experience and expertise to provide, as I mentioned, that detailed design level information that we need in order to make confident recommendations to the Utilities Committee and the CSD Board, who will ultimately be making critical decisions and design recommendations for the water reclamation plant project. Award of this agreement does not bind us to any final decisions at this time. Rather, it sets us on a course to start developing the information that we need to present clear and concise information and recommendations to the Utilities Committee and the CSD Board over the course of several meetings, several months and probably several years, actually. So that brings us to staff's recommendation to award a preliminary design agreement to Hazen Sawyer in the amount of approximately $2 million plus contingency, and award an agreement for environmental services to Rincon in the amount of $126,000 plus contingency. These services and costs were anticipated and budgeted, so there's sufficient budget, there's sufficient funding included in the project budget and the 5-year capital improvement program. That concludes my presentation, and staff and I are available to answer any questions that CSD Board or the public may have.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Do we have questions? Mayor Tremblay, would you like to go first?
Thanks,
Mhm.
Madam Chair. James, thanks for a good presentation. I appreciate it. The most important part to me in the staff report, and I'll quote it from page 2, is that the preliminary design efforts will include analyses of multiple options for the project alternatives for consideration by the CSD Board. And as you've alluded to in the slide, we had a very robust discussion and discussions at Utilities Committee regarding the options. And back in 2022, when the wastewater master plan was approved, the council was very specific in directing that both the partial plant reconstruction option versus the full plant replacement alternative would be chosen. So in light of the fact that, you know, the estimated 2022 dollars, I believe, the estimated cost of the plant was about 150, of this project was about $150 million, which certainly eclipses the $66 million plus that we spent for the desalter. I just want to make sure of the following, and that is when this engineering firm looks at these options, there will be no inherent bias in either option. They will look at both in the same hard, calculated way with no predispositional bias either way, right?
Yes, that's correct. I can even turn to our project manager here, and she'll nod behind me that she is understanding, along with the project team, of that direction. And ultimately, we will constantly be coming back to the Utilities Committee, presenting. This is just the first step in regards to the two alternatives, but there's several other analysis needed in regards to flood improvements and solid market analysis. But yes, we understand that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, question, have we used Hazen and Sawyer before? Are you aware of any work that they've done for the city before?
We have not used them. As I kind of identified during the presentation, they're a very qualified firm. We had liked to use them in the past, but I think treatment plant design and replacement is their bread and butter. They're known not just statewide, but nationally. So they typically come out for these bigger type projects. But we did a thorough analysis with the consultant selection team, and they were very qualified for this specific type of work.
Mm-hmm. And I just want to talk a little bit about what Mayor Tremblay had said, that, you know, this plant's been in existence since the late 50s, so obviously it's probably the most important thing that we do as a city, if not definitely in the top one or two. This is a big deal. This is really important. So, of your opinion, and I think you've reiterated and explained it very, you know, coherently, that they do have the qualifications, they will look at alternatives without bias, and they'll give us the best, you know, project for our, you know, several $1 million that it's going to cost us to do this. But you're convinced that A, they have the wherewithal, they have the knowledge, and they're ready, willing, and able to do the job to the level that they feel that they can do. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. That's all I had.
Thank you. So, first of all, happy Valentine's to you and your wife. Hopefully you can get back in time. Thank you for your presentation, James, and thank you to staff for really taking this on. And I know Mayor Tony Tremblay and I, we did have very robust conversations in terms of going into the weeds and getting, hashing out those details. This is an item that has completely changed or added to my priorities after I was elected. It is going to be the most expensive capital improvement project in the history of Camarillo. And so I think it is so important to do it right. When there was this last earthquake, it's almost like my priorities were like, let me check on my kids, and then let me check if the sanitation plant is okay, you know, if there's any leaks or anything. So with that, I think this is, you know, a good avenue, and, you know, I would definitely recommend the staff's recommendations 1 through 4.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I guess we'll have a roll call vote.
Director Kilby,
Yes.
Director Martinez-Bravo,
Yes.
Director Tremblay,
Yes.
Secretary Tennyson,
Yes.
and Chair Santangelo.
Yes. That passes unanimously. Okay, that moves us on to board and staff comments and reports. Do we have any comments? Seeing none, that brings us to item D, which is the fiscal year mid-year budget report, which we will be doing in joint with City Council. So I will recess and reconvene when we get to that point.
All right, we'll go ahead and call this meeting of the Camarillo Successor Agency to order. Special meeting of Wednesday, February 14, 2024. Let the record reflect that all directors are present. Are there any public comments for the Successor Agency? Hearing none. We have items A and B on a consent calendar. Do I hear a motion?
I'll move.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Martinez Bravo,
Yes.
Councilmember Santangelo,
Yes.
Councilmember Tennyson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kilby,
Yes.
and Mayor Tremblay.
Yes. All right, that item is adopted on a 5-0 vote. Any board or staff comments? Let's start with the board. Any board member comments? Hearing none. Any staff comments? Ooh, we're on a roll. Okay. With that, I'm going to adjourn the meeting of the Camarillo Successor Agency, and we are going to reconvene our Camarillo City Council. And our first item up will be council and staff comments and reports. Who would like to start with council comments? Councilmember Martinez Bravo.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. January 30th, I went on a capital improvement projects tour with our lead engineer, David Klotzel. January 31st, I attended a special meeting for our goals and objectives for our city. February 1st, I attended the Miracle League fundraising dinner along with my fellow council members. February 2nd, I attended the 101st birthday celebration of Camarillo resident Marguerite Arnold, and Councilmember Tennyson. I joined him, and he was able to provide a certificate. It was a very sweet moment with the family. February 5th, I attended American Association of University Women. They are going to be celebrating women in history. And so I'm going to be representing Carmen Camarillo, and I was able to provide a training for these women who will be portraying Carmen at the different schools at PVSD and throughout. February 7th, I attended the Transportation and Infrastructure meeting with Councilmember Kilby. February 7th, I also attended a Zoom meeting discussing this is actually with Kaiser Permanente, discussing Medi-Cal redetermination. February 12th, I attended the 211 VC celebrate the 19th anniversary at Interface Children and Family Services here in Camarillo. They provide really wonderful services for our community. And yesterday, February 13th, I attended the special city council meeting appeal hearing with my fellow council members.
Want to go next?
Okay, on January 25th and 26th, I was in Palm Springs for the CASA Winter Conference. It was very informative and very technical. I thought energy stuff was technical with CPA, and I have a lot to learn. January 31st, I was with my fellow council members for the City Council Goals Study Session. February 1st, I was at the Policy Committee with Mayor Tremblay. And on February 1st, I was also at the CPA Board of Directors meeting. And then later that night, I was at the Miracle League of 805 fundraiser, again, with all of my council members. It was really nice to see all of us there supporting the Miracle League of 805. And then February 13th, I did two things. I had a meeting with the Director of Airports, Keith Freitas, and with the mayor. And then last night, we had the special city council appeal hearing. And that's all I have to report.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next? Councilmember Tennyson.
I'll be short and sweet since things that I did have already been covered. I just wanted to add something about Marguerite's 101st birthday. The really amazing thing about it is her family had pictures set up on a table with her birthday cake, and she was a World War II Army veteran, which is pretty impressive. And she was clearly super proud of her service to the country, and it was an honor to be able to give a veteran from our greatest generation a little bit of recognition from the city. That's it.
Vice Mayor Kilby.
Okay. Let's see, January 26th, I also attended the CASA Winter Conference, and yes, it was very technical. Learned a lot. It's really good to attend those meetings, though, and you really get a flavor of what CASA is all about. January 31st, the City Council Goals Session. Also attended the Miracle Fundraising. It's a wonderful, I have to tell you a little bit about that, is really, really briefly, but they have worked years to build this facility, and they started out with zero funding. And what they've been able to do and what has been built is truly remarkable. I encourage everybody here to go out. It's over at Freedom Park someday just to see that facility. It's absolutely amazing. I also attended February 7th a Transportation Infrastructure Committee meeting with Ms. Martina Bravo. I attended the Pleasant Valley Recreation and Park District Needs Assessment Ad Hoc Committee. We'll have more to say about that in the future. February 13th, we had a special City Council appeal hearing, and we all attended that. And happy Valentine's Day to everybody. I tried to wear a little red, so.
I didn't even, I wore red, but I didn't even think about that, so
Well,
thank you.
you're
Thank you,
ahead of
Vice
the
Mayor
game.
Kildee. All right. With respect to meetings attended, January 26th, Metrolink Board of Directors meeting in Ontario. January 31, our special meeting of the City Council goal-setting conference. February 1, Policy Committee with Councilmember Santangelo. On February 1, also Miracle League of the 805, which was a great occasion. And that formal opening of that field, I think, comes next month. So we're looking forward to that. On February 2, the Ventura County Transportation Commission. On February 7, I did an appearance in front of the Cayugas Municipal Water District, including the General Manager of the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California and the Chair of the Board of Metropolitan Water District on their continuing efforts to improve their water conveyance infrastructure for their western region, including Ventura County. And they are making progress, albeit slowly, but they're getting there. On February 9, I had two Metrolink committee meetings, both the Executive Committee and the Comms Committee. On February 12, Needs Assessment Committee with Councilmember Kildee for PVRPD ad hoc. On February 13, lunch with the airport's director. And last evening, the special meeting appeal in front of the City Council here at this location. Two more things. First of all, the city clerk has given me a helpful reminder of some things that I want to remind everybody of. So I'm gonna script from this. So it's a reminder that beginning this month, all City Council and Planning Commission meetings will be temporarily held here in the community room of the Camarillo Public Library, located at 4101 Las Posas Road. This is going to accommodate a full remodel of the City Hall Council chambers, and that's now under construction. During the period of construction, all regularly scheduled public city meetings will be held in person at the Camarillo Public Library and will continue to be live streamed on the city's YouTube channel for full access by the community. The meetings will be played on the government channel, that's Spectrum Channel 10 or Frontier Channel 29 if you're locally in Camarillo. Following the meeting, specifically, those will air on Thursdays at noon and Sundays at 4 p.m. So for all information on city meetings and agendas, please visit our website, cityofcamarillo.org/meeting info. And please note for any outside agencies who typically use this room for their meetings, for example, VCTC, please check that agency's agenda to learn about their new meeting location for meetings in 2024. And I have an additional note for our next regular City Council meeting. It will not be held on Wednesday, February 28. It will be held on Thursday, February 29, pursuant to prior action of the council, here in the community room of the Camarillo Library. Typically, they're held on Wednesdays, and so I wanted to make sure that I noted that difference in the date. That will be, again, Thursday, February 29, and I know city staff is going to push out messaging to remind the community of this unique meeting date. And finally, I have great pleasure in formally introducing our new Director of Community Development for the City of Camarillo, David Sanchez, who has 20 years of planning experience and comes to us from the city, most recently from the city of Pasadena. And I want to welcome you aboard, David, and maybe you could just take a minute and tell us about yourself. Assuming the microphone works.
I think I've got it figured out.
Oh, there we go.
So,
Okay.
Thank you for the warm welcome. And my first month here has been a warm welcome from everybody in the community. I think you took many of the words out of my mouth. I come from Pasadena. I worked primarily on large large projects and policy there. And really excited to kind of bring that experience to Camarillo. I'm really thrilled to work with the council in achieving its goals, work with the community in achieving our collective goals, and just hit the ground running.
Great, well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to welcome you aboard. I will note for the record that I forgot to do that last time, so I'm making up for it this time around. Anyway, we are really pleased that you're with us, David, so welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I make one comment I forgot to ask?
Sure
That's
you
okay.
can.
No, thank you. With the concurrence of the council, I'd like to adjourn this meeting in the memory of Roy Farmer. And Roy Farmer was a long-term Camarillo resident, and I'll have more to say at the appropriate time if it's concurrent with the other council members to do that tonight.
Sure, without objection. All right, we'll go ahead and make that, and we'll come back, we'll return back
Thank
to
you.
that at the end of the meeting. Thank you, Vice Mayor Kildee. All right, with that, we are going to consent items, items B through J, respectively. Is there any items that anybody wants to pull?
I
Hearing-
do
oh.
not want to pull, and I just had a comment on J.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so J is the revised summer recess, city council and board meeting change from August to July, and I just wanted that to be on the record, that the reason for that was to accommodate families and children and those needs. And as you may know, the mission for the city of Camarillo is to be inclusive of all, and so I think that that is an important step moving forward.
Thank you very much. I think you were probably also going to make a motion relative to the consent calendar, weren't you, Councilmember?
Yes, I can motion to approve the consent.
Oh, I thought I might have heard one. Okay.
Second.
All right, we have a motion. Any other comments relative to the consent items? All right. Hearing none, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Martinez Bravo,
Yes.
Councilmember Tennyson,
Yes.
Councilmember Santangelo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kildee,
Yes.
and Mayor Tremblay.
Yes, record will reflect that item was approved on a 5-0 vote. We're next going to go to item K on the agenda, which is the Dizdar Park renovation and expansion project. And I think, James, you're already standing there anticipating it. I think you're up again.
Yes, I'm up again. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Again, my name is James Campero. I'm the Assistant Public Works Director, and I'm content to be here tonight to present on the Dizdar Park renovation and expansion project. Quick little kudos, shout out to Michelle Deanna in our city manager's office for providing this great aerial image of the existing Dizdar area. I think it's a nice image, good way to start out the presentation. So here's the timeline of the Dizdar project, showing the significant amount of public community outreach and numerous city council, planning commission, and public meetings and workshops that have taken place over the course of this project, dating back to 2019. This project and the project site plan, site layout have been a long time coming and are the culmination of all these meetings, workshops, and public input received, and ultimately planning commission and city council approval. And here it is. This is the project site plan. I don't think this exhibit gives it its due justice. And unfortunately, I'm an engineer, both professionally and personally, so I probably won't be able to give it justice tonight here either. But I'll do my best, and I think our design team did a great job of presenting these different park elements and renditions at the last council meeting for this project. But real quick, in the upper left-hand corner, we have a northwest entry plaza that leads you into this amazing park. In the upper right side, we have an entry garden plaza with a very nice sitting area. We have restrooms, parking, a large open space area, extensive landscaping, a tremendous fire station themed play structure, and a band show for what we hope will be numerous events in the future. I know we walked through it in detail last time. It's not the intent of this meeting, but I think it paints a nice visual of this, this beautiful park. And ultimately, that's what I wanted to emphasize here. This isn't your little average park. The public input and intent of the project was to design and construct an extremely nice park and gathering area that would serve as the focal point for our Old Town area. Going back to the project timeline, we advertised and received construction bids at the end of last year, just before the Christmas holiday. We received 2 bids, as shown here, with the low bid submitted by a local contractor out of Thousand Oaks. As you can see here, you can see the significant difference between the 2 bids received, with the second bid coming in very high, which I'll discuss more in a minute. The low bid was determined, upon receiving the bid, staff performed a very thorough bid analysis, including not only reviewing the bids submitted, but also analyzing and comparing similar type projects from other cities, and even talking to their staff to gain some additional insight. The low bid was determined to be responsive and, more importantly, a valid bid cost based on our analysis. We already knew that we were in the midst of a high bid climate due to the current labor market, high material costs, and the challenges associated with our location. But our analysis also identified that there's a small pool of qualified contractors for these types of specialty projects with various specialty work and trades that usually result in a limited construction bids being submitted. As I mentioned, the only other bid received was very high, and based on staff's analysis, had a lot of bid irregularities when we were reviewing the bid and the bid schedule that were of concern to staff. So we do run the risk of receiving higher and or potentially worse bids like the only other bid received if we were to rebid the project. Which, to the point, staff did not take this proposed recommendation lightly. We really performed a thorough analysis and really looked closely at all options before coming to our final recommendation to award to the low bidder. So here's the total project construction cost breakdown shown on the top half. As is the case with all CIP project, the totals start to add up pretty quickly when you account for all construction costs and our standard contingency costs as shown here. It's kind of the cost of doing business and working on capital city projects. The construction contract contingency is for unforeseen conditions and issues that arise during construction. However, I did want to note that the costs for construction inspection and design support services are conservative to account for an 18-month construction timeframe. So those costs are essentially on a time and materials basis for a not-to-exceed amount based on staff's direction. So staff will closely monitor these expenditures and do our best to minimize costs. The budget is shown on the bottom half here. As we finalized design scope just prior to bidding, we had anticipated a cost increase of approximately $1.5 million above the project budget due to refined cost estimates, rising construction costs, additional design features, and extended contract duration. However, the bids came in even higher than we anticipated due to the items previously mentioned, mostly associated with the challenges, cost, and a small pool of qualified contractors for these type of specialty projects. Going back to our park site plan, along with the major park elements I discussed earlier, we did take the additional step to include the rough cost associated with each major park element based on the low bid. Keep in mind that these are not exact one-to-one costs, but mainly provided to give a high-level visual of the park scope and bid total. Again, this reaffirms and again kind of shows that this isn't just a normal small park. This will be a very nice quality park intended to be the focal point for our Old Town area and really for our community as a whole. I do recall when my wife and I first moved to Camarillo about 15 years ago with our young daughters at the time, we were in awe of the Camarillo Library and City Hall in Constitution Park. I continue to speak highly of it to our out-of-town friends and family, and to me it's a great reflection of how the city and the community really take pride in our city assets and the public areas we have. And we really envision that the Dizdar Park will live up to that same high standard. Which leads to staff's recommendation to find Ardalong Construction to be responsive to the bid solicitation and award a construction contract, along with an agreement with Philippine Engineering for construction inspection services And lastly, an agreement with Goodell Architecture Planning for design services during construction for the amount shown. That concludes my presentation, but staff and I are available to answer any questions council or the public may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Campero. Do council members have questions for Mr. Campero? Councilmember Martinez-Bravo.
Yes, I have one question in regards to the $1.5 million increase. Just so I'm understanding correctly, the variables that are attributed to that increase were variables that were out of our control for the most part? The high bidding, climate, and that type of stuff?
Yes, to a certain extent. I mean, part of the design, as we refine the design to certain design elements come up and we start pinpointing contract duration. So those all come into play. But ultimately, the bidding climate, as we've mentioned on CIP projects, it's something that's difficult to predict. And nowadays we see that. I mean, right, even in going out shopping and going to Target, you see those costs increase. The follow-up to that is one of the items I think that, we didn't account for in those costs was this is specialty project. So it's not our typical annual overlay project or sewer line replacement. Those we typically pin down a little closer. I think, we didn't account for that additional cost because there's a limited pool of contractors that work on these type of projects. And as we discussed with other cities and kind of reached out to them on similar type projects, after the bid was received, we wanted to do this thorough analysis. We received the same feedback on these major parks with band shells and these different trades that are done by subcontractors, not just the prime contractor.
Thank you, James. I have no further questions.
Any other questions from council members? Vice Mayor Kildee.
So tonight we're asked to approve the engineers, for instance, and also for the company that's actually going to do the building of this park. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So is it a little premature to talk a little bit about the construction, or will that come at a later date here?
If the item is approved today, we will initiate construction. We typically wouldn't come back to council. We do provide periodic updates, but typically not a council update. But I will say it is 18-month construction duration, give or take. And once the contract is awarded, that's when we work with the contractor to develop that schedule and kind of initiate the process and really get a feel for how that construction contract will play out.
Will council have an opportunity to ask some questions vis-a-vis when the construction does comes to fruition? Will we be able to have some questions on that? Because I do have some questions on the construction itself.
Typically, the construction staff can provide updates or response to construction questions that arise. But right now, we put the design plans and specs together, and the contractor bid on those. So in terms of changes or revisions, we would be making the recommendation to move forward with the plans and specs, and they would be constructing it accordingly.
Okay, so I'll have an opportunity to ask questions about the construction per se at a later date then?
Yes.
Okay. Another question, we only got 2 bids. Were they both responsible bids, or was just one responsible, the other one had some issues?
Yeah, correct. They were responsive bids. We did notice, so we do a thorough bid analysis. So as we're looking at individual bid items, we do notice sometimes that items look unusual. It doesn't necessarily mean that we would reject that bid, but it is an item of concern. We did not identify those in the low bidder, Artelon Construction out of Thousand Oaks, but in the second bid, we did notice some of those discrepancies that would be item of concern. So yes, we did receive 2 bids. I would say they both are responsive, but had we received just the second bid, we might revisit that and have a different recommendation here tonight.
And is that fairly, I don't think there's anything in construction that's typically normal anymore. I'm not sure what normal is, but to only get 2 bids, is that somewhat concurrent about what's happening in, the marketplace at this particular point?
Yeah, Vice Mayor Kildee, excellent question. for depending on the type of project. So that was something we identified kind of as we were doing the analysis. For like a paving project, we typically receive multiple bids, more than two, because there's a lot of contractors out there who do that work. But during our investigation, we identified, receiving two bids or a minimum or minimal amount of bids for this type of project wasn't as unusual with other cities that had gone through the process.
And you're convinced, I want to make sure I pronounce the name right, is that Ardalan is responsible. They can do the job, and they were ready, willing, and able to provide the necessary resources to get this done at a reasonable amount of time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Tennyson.
Just one quick question. In your introductory paragraph under background in the staff report, it says there will be a designated space for a public art element that will be handled under a separate commission, installed under a separate process and contract. So any cost associated with that is not in the figures that are presented here.
That's correct. Yeah, we would leave, we're working closely with city manager's office. We would leave an area for a future art piece that would go there. So we'll do our best to leave that spot open. If there are some footings or something that's needed, we do have contingency. We might coordinate that to just ease the process.
Okay, thank you.
All right, hearing no further questions from council members, before I bring it back to the council, let me just ask the audience, is there anyone in the audience who wishes to be heard relative to this item? I have no speaker cards. Going once, going twice, going twice? All right, no public comments on this item. Let me turn it back to council for any comments. Anybody want to be heard on this? Councilmember Santangelo.
I'm going to be channeling Charlotte Craven when I say that the city is usually not in the business of parks. But this is a special situation, and so it's really important to me that we get it right, and I feel like we've done that. One of the things that's most important to me is how much public input we had into the development and design of this park, and I think that was really outstanding, and so I want to thank the city staff for all of that support to make that happen. So I just wanted to make those comments. Thanks.
Councilmember Martinez-Bravo.
I also wanted to echo Councilmember Santangelo's sentiments. There was a lot of work done before I was even on council, and I really appreciate that. And I do agree that this is going to be such a great asset for our community. And with that, I would support the recommendations 1 through 6.
I'm taking that that's a motion.
That's a motion.
We have a motion and a second. Before I ask for a vote on it, are there any other comments from members of the council? Vice Mayor Kildee.
I do. I have a comment. It's been a long time coming. The reason why I asked those questions, this site is very delicate. Those that don't know, it used to be a cemetery there, and that presents a whole lot of issues. That's why I brought up the comment that council members will have an opportunity to make comments on this at the appropriate time here. We started this several years ago. Absolutely right what Councilmember Santangelo said. We're not in the recreation business to a certain extent. This, I believe, is the second park that we're going to have. We went through several iterations about what could happen down there, and it took over a decade to get to where we are now. My hope was that we'd get more bids, but we did get a responsible bid on this one. I think it's going to add a lot to that part of our community that definitely is deserving of a state-of-the-art park. I'll have more comments when the construction starts there, but it looks like it's been a long time coming. But I think sometimes it's kind of good things happen in time. That it's kind of like cooking sausage, you know. It kind of messy at the beginning, but the end result hopefully is pretty good for those that like to eat sausage. So hopefully we'll be able to make that comment here, and we'll be all real proud of what we're going to do in the city in this area. So this area, you know, was one of the first that was developed in our city. And we're all real proud of that area, and I think this is going to be a real step in the right direction.
with the proviso that I'm not going to touch the sausage analogy. Are there any other comments by council members? I'll just say ditto to what my colleagues have said, and we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Martinez Bravo,
Yes.
Councilmember Santangelo,
Yes.
Councilmember Tennyson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kilby,
Yes.
and Mayor Tremblay.
Yes. And my remarks were only in jest, Vice Mayor Cooper. Okay. All right.
Taken as such.
I know. With that, we are moving on our agenda now to a joint discussion item with the Camarillo Sanitary District. Madam President, you want to reopen that meeting?
I will reconvene the CSD.
All right, we're now in joint discussion, joint item with the Camarillo Sanitary District and the Camarillo City Council. This is fiscal year 23-24 mid-year budget report. And I believe we have Mr. Uribe or Ms. Bassett?
I'll start it off.
Both, oh, it's a co-presentation. All right.
Thank you,
Take
Mr.
it away.
Mayor. Just a few brief comments. I'm Mark Uribe, the Finance Director, and we'll be doing a short presentation. But the mid-year budget review is an opportunity to look at our budget. The budget was adopted back in June. It was developed largely in May, and this is the opportunity now to check and see how our actual activities are going compared to our estimates at that time. We now have 6 months of information, new information, and circumstances that may have changed, so this is the opportunity to adjust accordingly. The revenue adjustments are due to trends that we're seeing in the first 6 months of the fiscal year, and the expenditure adjustments can be characterized as largely due to timing of changes to anticipated timing at the time we adopted the budget. So with that, I'll turn it over to Raina Bassett, our Budget and Purchasing Manager, for a brief presentation.
Thank you, Mark. Good evening, council members, Mayor Tremblay.
Yeah, thank you.
Is this better?
Much better, thanks.
Okay. My goal tonight is to review and present to you the fiscal year 2023-24 budget review. We will be reviewing the budget process timeline as well as all the mid-year adjustments along with all the city's major funds individually. So with that, we will take it to the budget timeline. So there is a lot that goes into the budget process that is not included in this timeline. However, every year we start with an annual kickoff meeting, which usually takes place in November, and we take it to council for final budget adoption in the month of June. In between, we come to council for a mid-year budget review for the current year and come back to council in March for a preliminary budget workshop that primarily emphasizes the revenue projections for the upcoming budget year, and followed by a budget workshop in the month of May that will be more comprehensive in nature to be inclusive of both revenues and expenditure projections for the upcoming fiscal year. Next is we will start with the city's major fund, being general fund, and this is the city's discretionary fund, and we're happy to deliver today an operationally balanced budget, meaning that our operating revenues exceed our operating expenditures. And tonight, we're proposing a recommended adjustment in the amount of $3 million in revenues, and we will go over the details in the next pages. And as a result of the $3 million increase, that reduces the planned use of fund balance from $5 million, which is what we brought to council during the budget adoption last year, to a $2 million planned use of fund balance, primarily for capital improvement projects. The next page, there's a lot of numbers here. However, the emphasis is in this $3 million revenue adjustment we're proposing this year, and the reduction in planned use and fund balance from $5 million to $2 million, with an ending fund balance projected at $83.1 million total. The primary adjustments are in our property tax, and we're proposing a $500,000 increase. This is a result of a 6% growth in the vehicle license fee that we receive annually. Followed by charges for services, we have $700,000 proposed increase These are primarily the subdivision and engineering inspection fees that are paid during the plan development process. Now, this fluctuates depending on where the projects are during that process, and this year we received more than we had anticipated, and we will reflect the following years to reduce this additional increase we received here. The largest revenue adjustment we're making this year is to the investment earnings, and this is $1.6 million increase. Now, this is primarily due to the federal monetary policy and the impact that it has had in the financial markets. As a result, we have seen the city's investment portfolio receive an increase in interest rate earnings. Therefore, we did not have this information available as we were developing last year's or this current year's budget. Therefore, we're bringing it for an adjustment to reflect that change. There is one other small change, and that is for our business tax, and this is to reflect the current year trends, and we anticipate to see this trend going forward in the future years. Following the revenues are the general fund expenditures. We're happy to bring to you no need for additional appropriations in the general fund expenditures. They're trending as we had expected at the time of budget development. There is one net adjustment that nets to zero. It's a large number, $6.5 million, but it's simply an accounting process to shift the money from our expenditures to our transfer out to then place it in our capital improvement fund. To have these funds available for the capital improvement projects coming up this year and next year. Next, following general fund are the special revenue funds. These funds fluctuate. This year we're seeing a projected decrease of $200,000 in the SIBA fund, $800,000 in the traffic mitigation fund, and about $100,000 in the bridge policy. And these are all related to the development activity. Therefore, if we do not receive them this year, we expect to receive them in the future years. So this is not loss of revenue, it's just a shifting from the current year to the next fiscal years. Next is our internal service fund, starting with our risk management fund. We see a net increase for $100,000. And this is primarily to just reflect the actual insurance premiums that we have received so far, and we are right-sizing that fund and make it whole. The next fund is the vehicle and equipment fund. So during the budget year, we budgeted approximately $2.4 million in purchases for new vehicles and equipment. Well, the supply chain restrictions have changed the whole market, and it was determined that we would not be able to purchase all the vehicles we had planned to purchase. So we are reducing the budget for this year for $500,000, and we're shifting these expenditures into the next fiscal year. Following that, we have the facility funds for City Hall, Courtyard, and Police. We see a decrease of about $1 million here. But again, this is just the timing of the capital improvement projects. While they will not be completed this year, we intend to include them in the next year's budget. So it's just a timing difference. The enterprise funds. We'll begin with solid waste, which we only have a small adjustment, a revenue increase, and a corresponding expenditure increase to reflect some additional grants that have been awarded to the city. So it's immaterial, but we would like to recognize the grants received this current fiscal year. Next item is transit. You will see a large adjustment of $1.8 million. And this is not at all a reflection of the operation of the transit services. However, it's just an accounting adjustment to shift funds from an enterprise fund to a special revenue fund. And this was a recommendation that was made by the auditors, and we are just making that change now and have it in place for the next fiscal year. And this is all related to the TDA Article 8C funding that we received to fund a portion of our transit operation. Moving next to the water funds. This is inclusive of the operating capital project fund as well as the reclaimed water funds and water. We are proposing a revenue decrease of $1.8 million. And this is to simply reflect the actual demand that we have received as of December 2023. However, you will not see a corresponding decrease to our expenditures in the water utility fund. And that's primarily because those costs are fixed and we would not be able to adjust. The decrease that you see being proposed to you tonight for expenditures is related to capital improvement projects and not operating expenditures for $800,000. Similarly, the sanitary district fund is inclusive of the operating and the capital projects. And here we're proposing a $1 million decrease. And this is primarily due to the timing of projects that is just being shifted to the future fiscal years. And with that, we'd like to ask council to approve the fiscal year 23-24 mid-year budget report and authorize the city manager to adjust fiscal year 23-24 budget and make the necessary appropriations.
Ms. Bassett, thank you very, very much for the presentation. Do any members of the council have questions? Councilmember Tennyson.
Just a quick question on the investment earnings increase. Is that the city's entire portfolio or just the LAIF investments?
So that's a great question. This is primarily for the city's general fund. And this is the entire portfolio.
Okay.
Any, Vice Mayor Kildee?
Thanks for the presentation. You've been doing this a long time. So with this mid-year review, is there anything that's been abnormal to you? Is there anything that you didn't really foresaw that actually came to fruition here? Is this kind of a normal kind of type happens with, you know, your mid-year budget reviews?
Thank you, Councilmember Kildee. The only thing we did not anticipate is the interest earning. And last year, as we were developing the budget, there were a lot of moving factors with the Fed monetary policy. And by the time we adopted the budget in June, we did not have all the information with the additional rate increases that they did last year. So I would say that was the only unanticipated change that came through. We were not sure where the property tax revenues were going to come in, being that we had seen a lot of changes since COVID with respect to property tax, sales, home prices. But we're happy to say that those, well, they remain unaffected this year, with the exception of the $500,000 that was just simply a result of the vehicle license fee. But those were the two main elements.
And we've always budgeted very conservative in this city, and this budget reflects that long-term thought process. Is that a correct statement?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council members? Are there any public comments on this particular agenda item? I haven't received any speaker cards. Going once, going twice. All right, bring it back to council for action.
Move approval of staff recommendation.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the item. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Martinez-Bravo,
Yes.
Councilmember Santangelo,
Yes.
Councilmember Tennyson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kildee,
Yes.
and Mayor Tremblay.
Yes. And that item is approved on a 5-0 vote. We have two more items on our agenda this evening. One is public comments at
Sir?
6 p.m.
Can I interrupt you just for a minute? The
Yes.
sanitary district also needs to take a vote on that.
Oh, thank you, Madam
Item.
Clerk.
Thank you.
Okay, to have a motion.
I'll move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Director Kildee,
Yes.
Director Martinez-Bravo,
Yes.
Director Tremblay,
Yes.
Secretary Tennyson,
Yes.
and Chair Santangelo.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. And I will adjourn the CSD.
And thank you very much for reminding me about that. All right. And it's actually now 6 o'clock. So I was about ready to call for public comments. Just to give you a preview of what we're going to do, I'm going to call for public comments on items not on the agenda for 6 o'clock. And if there are any speakers relative to public comments, we'll receive those at this time. We then, after that, will go to the public hearing on item M on the Costco wholesale matter. But we have been in session now since 4:30, so unless there's an objection from my colleagues, after the public comments are received on any items not on the agenda, we're then going to take a brief 5-minute break and then come back. We promise we'll come back, and then we will go to item M on the agenda. All right? With that, are there any public comments on items not on the agenda? I do have one speaker card, and I believe it is from Karen Pro. Ms. Pro, yep. I know we're in new digs, so everybody's got to get used to where they have to go speak now. And I will remind you, you have 3 minutes, and we have this wonderful screen up here that even I can see with my glasses on, so you'll know. And there's a timer that will tell you when you're down to 1 minute. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Karen Pro, and I served for over 15 years on the Camarillo Ranch Foundation Board. And I want to thank the city for the care they have taken to maintain the home and the grounds of Adolfo Camarillo since the change regarding the relationship of CRF and the city. I have heard nothing but compliments about the care and maintenance of Mr. Camarillo's house and property. However, I am concerned about the lack of oversight of the CRF board by the city regarding their responsibility for not only the property, but its history. I would like you to take time to read the mission statement, and I've made copies for you. That was developed for the CRF many years ago. And at some point since the change in leadership of the CRF, it has changed. However, it appears to have been done without discussion and approval by the CRF board, who made that decision. Apparently, there have been phone and computer issues in the office, as well as lack of leadership on the board. I think the CRF board may have lost their way. I understand they are buying T-shirts for themselves. Why? Who knows? I would be upset if the money I donated to the board to the ranch house had been used to buy T-shirts for the members of the board. I sent a check on January 3rd to the ranch based on a solicitation from the CRF. As of February 13th, it still hadn't cleared. Where is the financial oversight? Have there been any grants given to the ranch in the past year? If so, how have they been used? Is someone responsible for preparing a budget each year, and is it approved by the CRF? Is someone responsible for making sure the budget is followed, if there is one? What budget item covers T-shirts? At the most recent meeting of the CRF board, 3 members presented letters attacking another member, and 2 of those people later angrily walked out of the meeting. This is not productive. Apparently, Robert's rules are alien to the CRF board. There are members of the board who are docents and seem to have a conflict of interest regarding their duties as a docent and their duties as a board member. They lack understanding of the purpose of the Education and Legacy Committee. Apparently, procedures of all committees are not functioning. It is my understanding that the city in the past week or 2 has someone assigned to the office for 12 hours a week. Hopefully, this will resolve the issues regarding the phone and computer. I'm almost done, please. When the city took on the operation of the ranch, they should have understood they also had a responsibility in maintaining the legacy and history of Mr. Camarillo through the CRF board. The city needs someone responsible for oversight of the CRF board, making sure there is consistency regarding the legacy of Mr. Camarillo, and certainly someone paying attention to financial issues. Please read the mission statement that I have given you. You need to work on your due diligence regarding Mr. Camarillo's legacy to this community. To quote Shakespeare, I fear there is mischief afoot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Pro, and I never want to interrupt a Shakespearean quote.
Thank you.
So for those of you who are here who may not attend our meetings all the time, because this is an item not on the agenda pursuant to the Brown Act, we can't discuss it. So anyway, thank you, Ms. Pro, for being here. Thank you for your comments. Are there any other public comments on items not on this evening's agenda? All right, hearing none, then we're going to go ahead and go into recess, and we will return, and I really mean it, at 6:10.
Tony, could we maybe have 7 minutes? Do you mind? a
Okay,
couple
let's
minutes
take,
here?
okay. I was being kind of tough on that. Let's take 10 minutes, okay? Is that all right? Was any objection? All right, we will come back, and I promise, at 6:15 PM. We're in recess. All right, we're reconvening this meeting of the Camarillo City Council at 6:16 PM. We almost made our time limit. We did pretty well. Thank you, everybody, for your patience and hanging in there. We're now going to call for item M, which is a public hearing, and this is a public hearing to consider an appeal of the Planning Commission decision to approve CPD 226M5 and CUP 422, and its adoption approving second subsequent MND 2023-4 for the construction of a Costco wholesale with off-sales of alcoholic beverages and freestanding fuel facility located south of US 101, north of West Ventura Boulevard, approximately 980 feet east of Springville Drive. And with that, we're going to call upon Ms. Lee.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Tremblay, Vice Mayor Kildee, and members of the City Council. This public hearing item is on the appeal of the Costco wholesale project. The project site consists of approximately 20 acres located south of the 101, north of West Ventura Boulevard, and west of the Home Depot. The Costco site would utilize about half, or 20 acres, of the 45-acre vacant property immediately west of Home Depot. And here's a picture of the site plan for the Costco project. It consists of a 163,397 square foot retail warehouse building. It also includes the off-sales of alcoholic beverages and the construction of a 32-pump freestanding fuel facility, which is located at the most northwest corner of the project site, and that is designed to avoid traffic conflicts and spillover onto the street. And here's a floor plan of the warehouse building, and it includes a bakery, a pharmacy, indoor food court, an optical, and a hearing aid center. The building will also include a tire center located on the west side of the building. Alcohol sales will utilize approximately 2,000 square feet of interior floor area located towards the back of the warehouse. And here's the drawings of what the warehouse building would look like. It is designed in an early California style of architecture, consistent with the city's heritage zone requirements of the general plan. And it includes a variety of building materials and tower elements and a clay barrel tile roof. And here is a perspective view of the main entrance into the warehouse building. And these are the drawings of the fuel station canopy. It provides for matching materials to the warehouse, including the clay roof tiles and the brick veneer. Now moving on to the background. There is quite a bit of a history on the prior approvals on the property, going back to 2007 when the City Council approved a 499,000 square foot Paseo Camino Real shopping center. This included the Costco site, along with the vacant area located to the west, and a mitigated negative declaration was adopted for that project. In 2011, a modification was approved to accommodate a Lowe's home improvement store within the shopping center, and an addendum to the M&D was adopted. And in 2016, another modification was approved for the Amara Shopping Center, and a subsequent M&D was adopted for that. So for the Costco project, the applications were filed in November of 2022, and staff carefully reviewed the project and finds that it complies with the commercial plan development zoning of the property, as well as is consistent with the Camarillo general plan. The project also aligns with the economic development strategic plan to foster growth in Camarillo's economy, as it would promote the long-term viability of Camarillo's commercial areas. According to retail leakage reports, Costco is a top store that residents leave Camarillo to visit. In the first quarter of 2023, residents of Camarillo made over 91,000 visits to the Costco in Oxnard, over 21,000 21,000 visits to the Costco in Westlake Village and 9,000 visits to the Costco in Simi Valley. The project was considered by the Planning Commission at their meeting on December 5th of 2023, and it was approved with a vote of 4-1. And following the Planning Commission's approval, 2 separate appeals were filed. One was by Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility, or SAFER for short, and Ventura County Citizens Against Megagas, or VCC-AMG for short. The appeal by SAFER was withdrawn on February 12th, and therefore the appeal hearing now only relates to the appeal by VCC-AMG. The hearing before the council is a de novo hearing. What that means is that the council has no obligation to honor the prior decision of the Planning Commission and has the authority to make a different decision. And the decision by the City Council is final. Now I'm going to talk about, or I'm going to actually move the discussion onto CEQA, and here to talk about that is our consultant, Michael Brown of Cadence Environmental Consultants, so I'll turn it over to him.
Good evening, Mayor Tremblay, Vice Mayor Kildee, and members of the City Council. It's a pleasure to be here with you this evening. And as Jackie discussed, there are existing entitlements for this project site. So this is not a new project proposing development for, a non-approved site. So the first step in the environmental process was to determine whether the proposed project is covered by the existing subsequent MND that was approved by the city before. And although the proposed project is a commercial use, changes to the project are not minor, specifically the addition of a new fuel station. Therefore, the impacts associated with this project as proposed now cannot be addressed in an addendum to the adopted subsequent MND. Therefore, the impacts for this project were evaluated to determine what type of environmental document is required for this project. And based on the analysis conducted with city staff, all potential impacts would be less than significant with the implementation of recommended mitigation measures, including those carried over from the adopted mitigated negative declaration. Therefore, a second subsequent mitigated negative declaration was prepared for this project. An EIR would be required if any impacts would be significant and unavoidable. And we did not have that with this analysis. The second subsequent mitigated negative declaration summarizes the impacts of the previous environmental documents and lists the mitigation measures from those documents that apply to any development at the project site, including this project. It evaluates the impacts of the project in relation to the City of Camarillo CEQA environmental guidelines that were adopted after the previous approvals. It updates the mitigation measures as necessary to reflect the current project or to bring things up to date. And it concludes whether the impacts would be significant and any greater than those evaluated in the adopted mitigated negative declaration. Also, it's important to know that the second subsequent MND addresses the impacts of the entire site development, including the remainder of the site, which would be the remaining portion of the approved Amara Shopping Center. The second subsequent MND was published for a 20-day public review period. 12 letters, emails, and online form submittals were received by the city by the end of that public review period. The comments were responded to and are included in Appendix I of the final second subsequent MND. The comments did not change the conclusions of the second subsequent MND. Prior to the City Planning Commission hearing, 5 memoranda and letters were received. These were responded to in the responses to late comments document that is included in your packet. One of those letters is the basis of this appeal. I'll now pass it back to Jackie.
Okay, so this slide right here outlines the procedure for the appeal hearing. And following my presentation and the applicants, Ventura VCC AMG will have 15 minutes to present its reasons for their appeal. And the applicant will have 15 minutes for a response. And then VCC AMG will have 5 minutes to rebut. The council will receive public comments, and then the city council will deliberate and make a decision. Staff recommends that the city council conduct the appeal hearing and take one of the following actions. Adopt resolutions denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission's adoption of second subsequent MND 2023-4 and the approval of CPD-226M5 and CUP 422, subject to the recommended conditions of approval, or direct staff to return with a resolution of project denial upholding the appeal with findings indicated by the City Council, or request additional information from staff. And that concludes staff's report.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lee. So I'm going to turn to the city attorney very quickly. It appears that our appeal procedure then will be our next party up would actually be the appellant, who would have 15 minutes to present, according to the staff report, have 15 minutes to present its reasons for appeal. Is that correct?
Right, we could kind of move right to item 5 that's on the list there.
Correct. I'll note for the record that there were originally 2 appellants relative to this project. One appellant, SAFER, has withdrawn its appeal, so that leaves one appellant. So we're going to now hear from that appellant, which is Ventura County Citizens Against Mega Gas, and they have 15 minutes to present their reasons for appeal. And I would invite whoever is speaking for the appellant forward.
Hello, good evening, everybody. My name...
Yeah, that's a tough mic. We've been learning tonight, so
Usually I'm so short it wouldn't matter, but...
let's make sure that it's a little tough to hear you, though, so maybe Mr.
Okay.
Thomas can just help
Better?
you. That's better.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
We're in new digs here, so we're learning how to do this.
I
so.
appreciate it. Okay,
Thank you.
my name is Darshan Wienick, and I am the attorney for appellants, Ventura County Citizens Against Mega Gas. And I am here to explain in a little more detail the written appeal I submitted on behalf of my clients on December 15th, 2023. I guess I would like to first begin with the idea of the fact that the initial project was proposed in 2007, which there was an MND issued. After 2007, CEQA regulations changed, and Appendix F was enacted as part of the CEQA regulations. Appendix F requires a project to have an EIR that has a separate category, a completely separate category for delineating energy impacts caused by the proposed project. And these energy impacts are pretty diverse. They can be energy requirements, use efficiencies by amount and fuel type for each stage of the project, including construction, operation, maintenance, and/or removal. Effects of the project on local and regional energy supplies, requirements on additional capacity, looking at peak base periods for electricity, other forms of energy. Again, the entire transportation energy, looking again at VMT, vehicle miles traveled, which in itself, again, is part of an M&D, but again, the energy analysis has not been done. Now, in 2016, the California Court of Appeal in Ukiah Citizens for Safety First versus City of Ukiah held that it was also a Costco project, held that the EIR that had been done was not sufficient because it failed to include the energy analysis under Appendix F. And in that case, the court basically reversed the judgment and instructed that the petition for writ of mandate be granted and that the energy impacts must be addressed in the EIR. A case prior to Ukiah Citizens is called the, California Clean Energy Committee versus City of Woodland. And in that case, it was a similar issue. EIR was presented, approved, and challenged for failure to comply with Appendix F. Now, what's really interesting about that case is they actually made an attempt, the proponents of the project in their EIR, they made an attempt to address energy in various subsections throughout the EIR. However, the court said this wasn't good enough to do it piecemeal. There has to be an actual section in that EIR covering all of the items enumerated in Appendix F. So the bottom line here is, we don't have an EIR at all. We've never had one. Now, that's not to say that after the EIR is conducted and we do the energy analysis and things can be mitigated and approved and move forward, that's the way the process is supposed to work, so that citizens, the community members, merchants, residents, that they are able to be completely informed as to what are these impacts, what are the fugitive dust impacts of the excavation for underground storage tank. That was never contemplated ever in 2007, certainly not in 2016, and not now. So again, the two cases that I have cited that are good law, still good law, and they really set the standard, those cases had EIRs prepared and approved. Those cases were both deemed, those courts both deemed that those EIRs were insufficient. Here we don't have an EIR. We just don't even have one. So there is no compliance with CEQA here. CEQA demands that energy analysis, and it hasn't happened, and it needs to happen. Beyond that, I know that I watched portions of the Planning Commission hearing back on the 5th, I believe it was on the 5th of December, and I noticed that the proponents When questions were asked about mitigation and how do we address these things, many times the proponent's response was, oh, well, the law already requires that. We're going to be in compliance with the law. Well, of course. But then why does CEQA even exist? CEQA exists because the citizens have a right to be informed so that they can come to you and present their concerns and be really, have a say and be informed by an actual study done by professionals. And, maybe, technology has advanced so much that, since 2007, a lot of this stuff can be mitigated easily. We don't even know. It could be. Look, I'm a Costco member. I have been since I was in college in Seattle in '96, I think. I've been a Costco member I love Costco, but what I'm saying is, it's not that we don't like Costco. We want the people to be informed of these energy impacts, and the law of the state of California requires that. I'd like to also just really quickly highlight some of the sustainable features that are considered in these energy analyses. Regional sourcing of building materials, higher solar reflectivity metal wall panels, reflective roof materials, triple glazed skylights. These are just some of the examples, but I'm not the expert. We need the experts to come in and say, okay, let's look at what we can do to really address the energy impacts, ones that we may not even have considered, because again, this is a relatively new part of CEQA in terms of requirements. I believe it was promulgated, these regs were promulgated in 2009. And again, we've got two California Court of Appeal cases holding the exact same thing. And in both cases, we were dealing with an EIR that was actually conducted. Here we have none. At this point, I feel like I'm repeating myself a little bit. But simply put, the citizens of this amazing city. I love coming up here. I've come up here twice now. And the citizens deserve to, have every opportunity to know what this is going to mean for their community and for their livelihoods and for their children and for everybody. And including the Costco project itself. Are there ways to make it more energy efficient? Are there ways to include more solar panels? Are there ways to somehow mitigate fugitive dust whilst excavating for the USDs? Maybe there is. But we need to know, and we need to do the study. Somebody has to do this report, and it needs to be done in a way that is fully in compliance with the law of the state of California, and that means CEQA. And that's really all I have for now. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Winnick. All right, according to our hearing procedures, I'm now going to call upon the applicant, Costco, who has 15 minutes for a response.
Good evening, honorable council members. My name is Dale Goldsmith. I'm a partner with the AGD law firm. We're Costco's CEQA and Land Use Council. I would like to respond briefly to the points raised by the appellant this evening. Hopefully I won't take up the entire 15 minutes so we can get home to our loved ones on Valentine's Day. As Mr. Brown explained, the Costco project is a modification of an approved project that has already undergone CEQA review. Therefore, special rules apply under CEQA. CEQA guidelines section 15162 provides that a city can only require a supplemental or subsequent EIR to an approved project if there are changes to the approved project, changes to the circumstances, or significant new information that would result in a new or substantially increased significant impact. Therefore, consistent with CEQA, the city prepared a second subsequent MND, and because I'm not as articulate as Mr. Brown, I'm going to just call it a second SMD, just to keep it shorter. The second SMND included mitigation measures to reduce potential impacts to less than significant. It also, consistent with CEQA, in some cases relied on regulatory compliance measures. That's perfectly acceptable under CEQA to rely on laws that are intended to protect the environment. In addition, there were other impact areas where there simply were not significant or potentially significant impacts. Therefore, under CEQA, no mitigation measures are necessary. The document, the CEQA document, was supported by expert technical analyses, including traffic, air quality, greenhouse gases, biology, geotech, and hazards that reflect the city's current significance thresholds, methodologies, baseline conditions, and current mitigation practices. So this isn't dusting off an old, dusty document that is no longer relevant. The second SMND updated everything and made it consistent with the current standards and requirements of CEQA. And these analyses that were prepared have the same level of detail as would be required for an EIR. Therefore, an EIR, as requested by the appellants, would not result in any different impact conclusions, any different mitigation measures, but it would add substantially to the cost and would substantially delay the project for no public benefit. The city circulated the second SMND for a public comment period of 20 days. As Mr. Brown mentioned, there were comments that were received and were responded to, but in response to public and agency comments, Costco has agreed to implement additional environmentally beneficial project design features, including commitments to use cleaner energy during construction, cleaner equipment, and also to purchase clean energy to meet all of its electrical needs. So it's even better than the project that was approved by the Planning Commission. And based on the commitments that Costco has made, one of the appellants, Safer, has withdrawn its appeal and now support the project. Regarding energy, you heard the appellant maintain that the second SMND did not adequately address energy impacts. That's just not true. Consistent with CEQA and the city's CEQA guidelines, the second SMND assessed whether the project would result in wasteful, inefficient, or unnecessary energy uses, consistent with Appendix F. And I would point your attention to page 55 of the CEQA document. And it concluded, based on the project's environmental design features, which the Costco team could talk further about if you'd like, and based on compliance with CalGreen, the project would not result in wasteful, inefficient, or unnecessary use of energy. However, in response to the appeal, an additional supplemental energy analysis was prepared, and that confirms and reaffirms the conclusions of the second SMND. And as set forth in that second SMND, the project would reduce potential vehicle fuel usage due to compliance with regulatory programs. The state keeps moving the bar to try to make sure that construction equipment and vehicles are more efficient over time and also environmentally beneficial. In addition, based on the location of the project, it will reduce vehicle miles traveled by providing a Costco that's closer to Camarillo residents, and there are many members here in Camarillo that currently have to drive to Oxnard or to Westlake Village. And by having a shorter trip length, vehicle miles traveled, VMT is cited by the appellants as not being addressed, it is, those would be reduced, and therefore the fuel consumption would be reduced, again, resulting in more efficient use of transportation energy. And those were the two key points in both the Ukiah case and the Woodland case, City of Woodland case cited by the appellant. Because that was addressed here, and indeed it's the second SMD and other evidence of the record showed that it will be more efficient and reduce transportation energy, Those two cases are inapposite and completely distinguishable. In addition, Costco is committed to enter into a retail power purchase agreement directly with a clean energy provider to provide 100% of the 100% of the electricity as clean power to the project site, therefore further increasing the efficiency and avoiding the use of non-renewable resources, which is one of the key issues in Appendix F. So therefore, the second SM&D's analysis of project energy impacts is correct and meets CEQA's requirements. And again, impacts will be less than significant. Regarding the assertion that somehow the CEQA document missed fugitive dust, it did not miss fugitive dust. It was specifically analyzed as part of the air quality analysis. The air quality analysis was conducted under, with a model called CAL-E-MOD. It's a statewide model, and it's used everywhere. And that model expressly and specifically considers a wide range of emissions, including fugitive dust emissions associated with construction equipment during grading and excavation, in this case of the underground storage tanks. And as recommended by the Ventura County APCD, the second SM&D includes mitigation measure AQ-1, which specifies 10 different types of dust control measures. And the studies show that these measures will reduce fugitive dust by 61%. In addition, the project will comply with the APCD Rule 55, which is intended and does address fugitive dust emissions. So therefore, contrary to the appeal, impacts from excavating and installing underground storage tanks have been fully disclosed and will be mitigated to less than significant. Although the appellant tonight didn't raise biological resources, there was some discussion of that in a prior comment letter that was incorporated in the appeal, so I'd like to address that briefly as well. Some commentators have maintained that the project site is a foraging ground for birds and contains habitat for special status species. They also assert that the birds will abandon the area due to development and that a new biological survey is required. The ground cover at the site, and the site is a disturbed site, consists of non-native grasses, and the vegetation growth is intriguingly controlled on a regular basis by a tribe of goats transported to the site. So this isn't pristine open space by any means. While certain bird species may use the site for foraging during various times of the year, no special status species have a moderate or greater potential to occur on the site except for the burrowing owl. And the second SM&D concludes that the site would provide only minimal or marginal habitat for that particular species. Any active nests or other bird species would be protected by the Federal Migratory Bird Treaty Act or California Fish and Game Code Section 3503.5 during the breeding season. However, foraging habitat is not included in these protections and is not subject to CEQA. So therefore, a loss of foraging habitat for a non-listed bird, like the common birds that one might see, is not considered to be a significant effect under CEQA. And the second SM&D does include a updated biological resources assessment. There were some allegations or assertions that it wasn't, and that addresses the Costco portion of the site. It's based on a survey of the site by a qualified biologist. Among other things, the biologist specifically looked for evidence of burrowing owls. There was a comment on burrowing owls. And the assessment determined that no threatened or endangered bird species have the potential to occur in the project area. The burrowing owl, which is a species of special concern but not endangered or threatened, were mapped on the site back in 2010. I don't think there's any evidence that's been there since. And also the airport property, there were some sightings of those of that species in 2009 and 2017. Therefore, to be conservative, the assessment determined that this species has a moderate potential to occur in the site. And to address that potential, with the burrowing owls or other native nesting birds on the site, the updated resources assessment recommended that a pre-construction nesting bird survey be performed by a qualified biologist no earlier than 1 week prior to construction during the nesting season. This survey will determine whether there's any native birds or nesting on or near the site, including a 250-foot buffer for burrowing owls and other raptors, and this will ensure that any nest will not be disturbed. And this expert recommendation has been included as a condition of approval, and also the Federal Migratory Bird Treaty Act and the state code previously referenced will ensure that there will be no significant impact on burrowing owls or other native birds. And I just want to point out that the biological resources assessment was dated May 2022, based on guidance from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. These surveys are considered to be good or valid for 5 years. So therefore, based on that updated assessment, no additional biological assessment is warranted. So based on this, we would respectfully request that you deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's well-reasoned approval of the project. I and the remainder of the Costco team are available for any questions you may have. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Our next step in this hearing process is to hear from the appellant, and the appellant has 5 minutes to rebut.
Thank you again. Well, one thing that really struck me by the applicant's argument was that an EIR is required if there is a significant new change to the project. I'm pretty sure the Amara Shopping Center did not ever intend a 32-pump gas station. That in itself requires an EIR. Now, I also want to point out that, you know, it sounds like this biological assessment has already been done. It's up to date. It sounds like there's been work done with the fugitive dust. A lot of these studies have been done. Why can't we put them into an EIR, collaborating with all the other aspects that need to go into an EIR? Does this really need to be a long, long process? I don't know. It sounds like a lot of it's been done. You know, maybe again, some of the studies that have been done, maybe they just need to be slightly updated. So I don't really think that the concept of a really, really long delay is warranted here, because it sounds like a lot of it has been done. But again, at the end of the day, you know, CEQA is there for a reason, and it is the law of the state of California. And a second subsequent mitigated negative declaration coming nearly 2 decades after the first one, it really it makes you wonder why not just do the EIR, be in compliance with the law, let the community know, get the trust and the buy-in of the community. Why not? Let's just be in compliance with the law. That's all these citizens want. That's what my clients want. They just want to have the data. They want to be informed, and that was the reason CEQA and its federal counterpart NEPA were enacted. And they're not there for no reason. So we can't just go around and ignore CEQA and do an MND for every project out there. It's just not legal. CEQA is there, again, for a reason, to go through, and again, we can use some of this data they've already gathered. Put it in there. It doesn't need to be a long, drawn-out process, but it does need to be done. Thank you for your time. I'll take questions if anyone has any.
We're going to actually first go to public comments, and then
okay.
Councilman, thank you very much, and then according to our appeal hearing procedures.
No worries.
We're going to take public comment next, and then at the conclusion of that public comment, then council members will be able to ask questions and request clarification from either the appellant or the respondent, and then we deliberate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we're now going to move to public comments. I've got a number of speaker cards in front of me. If there is anyone in the public who did not have the chance to provide a blue speaker card to the clerk, who is sitting over here, I would ask that you do so now. We have 3 minutes set aside for each speaker, the clock, which is up here, will alert you as to the time left. We do not allow speakers to yield time to one another, and I would ask that in your remarks you try not to be cumulative, to the extent that you can, try not to be cumulative of what another speaker has already said. If someone has already said what you want to say, it's perfectly okay to say ditto. We do that quite a bit here at our city council meetings. Because it is almost baseball season, when I call the names of the speakers, I will call the name of the speaker, and then the next one following, I'll just say that they're on deck, and you know what I mean. Because thankfully it's almost spring, or maybe it's actually probably spring training by now. All right, so the first speaker up will be Jose Garcia, and on deck will be Joan Hansel.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. My name's Jose Garcia, lifelong member of the community here. Actually, I want to hurry because I know most of us are already in the doghouse for, and we're only here because—
We are too.
Yeah, I know, I know. So I'm a lifelong member here, and I was here when the first Costco was built, and I know it's very used throughout the community, and we stand behind this project. I work for the Labor's International Union of North America. The developer is working with us to put out a world-class project for Camarillo, nothing less expected for this community. We know, you know, when you get out to that Costco, everybody wants the sales, everybody wants the gas, but it's pretty full out there. So I think bringing this into the area and making savings available to more of the community, which is desperately needed now because of things rising, prices rising, and the buying in bulk and the cheaper gas is needed by many, and maybe not all, but by many at this time that we're in these times. So we stand firmly behind this project as it's presented as entirely, and we would hope that you get away with the appeal and move on with this project because it's been delayed for so long, for too long. And it's just a vacant piece of land which could be being used. And from my understanding, Oxnard does very well with the tax base from their Costco. So I would really look at the benefits being brought to it because there's a lot of infrastructure, a lot of stuff that could be paid through bringing a big retailer like that to our community. So please consider all the good union jobs that will be brought into the community, the jobs that will stay with Costco throughout its livelihood, and they've proven that they're not here just to come and go. They've been here for a long time, and they're great jobs. I know people that are almost retiring out of there, and it's crazy to say, even out of the pizza department. I have a friend there that's been there 25 years serving pizza to our community, and dogs. And the price of dogs has not gone up, so back to the sausage. So with that, please consider all the good that comes with that and approve this project. It's been too long. Thank you so much. Good night.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Garcia. I'm next going to call on Joan Hansel, and on deck will be Kristen Kessler. Ms. Hansel.
Good evening. My name is Joan Hansel. As you know, on December 5th, the Planning Commission approved Costco's proposal for its mega 32-pump gas station. Rather than requiring an environmental impact report, the Commission based its decision on a second subsequent mitigated negative declaration requiring minimum study and analysis. The Planning Commission's approval was not unanimous. One of the members with apparent expertise in environmental matters had carefully analyzed Costco's proposal and questioned Costco's spokesman on potential environmental harm. The incisive questioning raised enough doubt to conclude that it is not only reasonable but responsible that the city conduct an independent, unbiased environmental impact report. Costco's own consultant concluded that the Costco project and an anticipated Amara shopping center next to Costco would result in 31,157 daily vehicle trips. The inhabitants of this city have a right to find out how this increase in traffic and resultant vehicle emissions will affect emergency response times, pollution, and public safety. The city can fulfill its duty to protect its inhabitants by requiring an independent environmental impact report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm next going to call on Kristen Kessler, and on deck will be Merrill Berge.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
I have some concerns about how this project is going to affect local wildlife, specifically the burrowing owls. Anyone who drives by this field even once can see that there are definitely raptors there, red-tailed hawks, red-shouldered hawks. They do use the field for foraging. In terms of the burrowing owl, there may or may not be owls there. We don't know yet. But the fact is that they are a species of concern, which technically, I don't have the exact information, but it pretty much means the same thing as threatened. It doesn't mean that it's any better just because it's not listed as threatened. According to the Biological Resources Assessment Report by Kleinfelder and Associate, there is a moderate likelihood that burrowing owls are on this site. So I was concerned when I read the mitigation measures in the report, which has been mentioned already, that a biologist will check for active nests. If they're found, establish the buffer zone, wait until the nests are abandoned, and then basically say, okay, the nests are empty, now we're paving them over. And also, has also been mentioned this evening that is supposedly a less than significant impact on this species. I don't understand how this can possibly be considered a less than significant impact for a species of concern that is just going to lose more habitat. Therefore, I ask that you require an EIR to thoroughly study the impact not only on burrowing owls, but on raptors, that will include meaningful and effective mitigations to at least partially preserve at least part of their habitat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kessler. I'm now going to call Merrill Berge as our next speaker, to be followed by, oh goodness, Anthony Morales? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Morales. Mr. Morales will be on deck. Ms. Berge.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day.
This Costco proposal is the definition of a big box warehouse, not a shopping center. No one can deny the magnitude of this 163,000 square foot, 900 space parking lot with 36 pumps, 12 more than Oxnard, and a 42 car idling stacking line, and the 40,000 underground gasoline storage tanks, and of course the thousands of shoppers circling the parking lot, adding up to the 16,000 daily car trips. On February 8th, Costco stock hit an all-time high for a net worth of $321 billion. Costco is number 12 on the Fortune 500 list with 223 revenues of $246 billion and net income of $629 billion. It is beyond comprehension why the city would agree to a one-time mitigation payment of less than $250,000 to offset the pollution, the 42 pounds per day, far exceeding the allowed 25 pounds per day, VOC emissions this Costco project would generate every day. This pittance of a mitigation is an affront and environmental injustice for those residents, especially of the 1,350 home Springville neighborhood, who will bear the brunt of these emissions. They have been identified as an adjacent sensitive receptor. An environmental impact report would identify the cumulative environmental impacts of this warehouse project and provide a comprehensive basis for a mitigation contribution that accurately reflects Costco's responsibility to offset the long-term health and safety consequences of this project. At the very least, we should consider a mitigation payment kind of like their membership fee. Every year, we pay this mitigation fund like their membership fee, since these pollution emission impacts will go on for years and years and years. A full EIR is needed to establish the full consequence impacts and what that mitigation contribution should be. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll now call forward Anthony Morales, and to be followed on deck by David Wappler.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm starting from the top. Good evening, Mayor Tremblay and the rest of the Camarillo City Council. My name is Anthony Morales, 55-year veteran county resident here, living in this county. I am currently business manager of the Laborers International Union of North America, Local 585. Our office has been in the city of Ventura for over 87 years, and my union represents over 1,000 construction members here working in Ventura County. We have 20+ laborers in the audience here. We got journeymen and apprentices that hope to get work on this project. We recently started an after-school program for the youth ages 17 to 23 to enter into the trades, because not all kids are going to go to college. So what we're doing is recruiting from the high schools. We're getting them trained, showing them what it is to get into the trades, and we're getting them into the high school bond projects. We're getting them here. We're getting them to support the projects at the Port of Hueneme, and to the green economy also. We are actively recruiting women and vets and the justice involved to get on this opportunity to join our unions, leading to good jobs with health care benefits, pension, and an annuity. We have recently started training workers for the green economy for jobs at the port, like I just said. And most recently, the county was awarded $12 million for an EV grant to expand the EV network and working maintenance on that here in the county. And we're also continuing to work with developers on bringing hydrogen for fuel trucks stations here. So we are working the green economy, and there's going to be opportunities as we all get together and figure out how do we put a regional plan for green energy into the local economy, and this is what we are doing. Construction of the Costco offers local jobs, reduced car trips to the Oxnard location for Camarillo citizens, and hopefully faster checkout lines for our Oxnard residents. As vice chair of the Ventura County West CBA, this is good for the business community as well as paying jobs in the region. Therefore, we support this project and ask to move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. The next speaker will be David Wappler. I hope I've pronounced your name correctly, Mr. Wappler. And on deck will be Richard Lucas.
Good evening, Council.
Sorry, hang on a second. Let's bring the microphone I'm sorry about that microphone stand. Just want to make sure I can hear you okay.
Okay. How about this?
Much better.
Much better, okay.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. I'm David Wappler. I'm a wildlife biologist by profession, so I'm going to comment on the biological resources of the MND. And I do support the appeal, as I think we should have an updated EIR, as the MND is inadequate. And here's some pertinent points. In the MND's evaluation of environmental impacts, the document correctly notes that burrowing owls utilize abandoned California ground squirrel burrows. The discussion goes on to say that no raptor nests, wildlife dens, or burrows were incidentally observed during the field survey, and that no common mammals, amphibians, or reptiles were detected during the field survey, that occurred almost 2 years ago in April of 2022. However, during my site visits earlier this month, I scanned the project site with binoculars and a spotting scope and observed approximately 25 ground squirrels, with more likely out of view. Ground squirrels were observed darting down into their burrows. Thus, burrowing owl surveys consistent with the burrowing owl survey protocol and mitigation guidelines are warranted to fully assess potential impacts to the burrowing owl or owls that may be utilizing one or more of the many ground squirrel burrows that occur on the project site now. So the biological assessment is out of date. Perhaps 2 years ago there weren't squirrels, there weren't burrows. There is now, definitely. The ground squirrel population on the project site is prey base for predators such as red-tailed hawks and red-shouldered hawks. Also coyotes, there are a sign of coyotes using the site. The loss of open grassland habitat for these species should be more seriously evaluated and considered. Mitigation measures such as having the project proponent contribute to a fund to purchase and preserve off-site grassland habitat should be considered and evaluated. The MND discusses having a nesting bird pre-construction survey conducted 1 week prior to construction. However, I didn't see that listed in Appendix K, the revised mitigation monitoring and reporting program. A large flock of western meadowlarks were observed on the project site. They're ground nesters in grassland. They may nest this spring. Their nests, all ground nests in dense grassland and forb vegetation are extremely difficult to find. And thank you for taking my, can I finish or do
I think you need to wrap it up if you can,
Okay.
very quickly. You're out of time.
Oh. So
that was my gentle nudge,
right.
Mr. Wappler.
What I'm recommending is any land clearing be done outside of the nesting bird season. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, our next speaker is Richard Lucas III, and before we hear from Mr. Lucas, I have no other speaker cards at this point. If you have any speaker cards that you wish to give to our clerk, now would be a good time to do so. Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Mayor Tremblay, and Council, thank you for having us tonight. I spoke in support of the project in December at the Planning Commission meeting, and I won't really follow up much with that. My family and I shop exclusively at Costco for our fuel and for our groceries. There's several reasons why, but one of the major reasons is we believe Costco is an industry leader with best practices. And with the presentation that they put together back at the Planning Commission meeting, it was very obvious that this is a well-rounded and comprehensive project with a lot of oversight. And as a lifelong community member, I feel very confident in the Planning Commission's decision to approve it, and I would ask you to deny the appeal and move the project forward. There's a couple things I wanted to add. As far as the fugitive dust control, I'm in agreement with that. We had a major Santa Ana wind event shortly after the Planning Commission, and that whole agricultural area in between, I guess it would be Rice Road up to the proposed location was blowing immense dust out towards Oxnard and Hueneme. I'm sure that's probably affecting the health, so I think the sooner that we get this project completed, that would alleviate the dust issue during our Santa Ana wind events. And I think earlier tonight when we were hearing about the capital improvements for the sanitary district, the sales tax revenue from this would be an immense help to the city of Camarillo to fund that project. So as a taxpayer myself, I definitely support that. And I said this before, but I think the reason that the Costco's price on their shares of stock went up is because of their best practice. And that's why my family and I patronize it. So with that, I'll leave you. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lucas. I don't have any more blue speaker slips. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to offer public comment on this item before I close public comments? I'm not seeing anybody stampeding to the podium. All right, with that, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. And we're at the point in our hearing where the council members will have a chance to ask questions and request clarification from the parties. And then we will deliberate and render a decision on the appeal. Council members, who would like to start? I think I saw Mr. Tennyson first.
I will be quick, and I don't know if this is the time to do it, but I would like to hear a response from the applicant to two of the public comments, Ms. Berge and the biologist. I think it was fairly well covered, but I'd love to hear your response to that.
Once again, for the record, Dale Goldsmith with the AGD law firm. A couple of response points to the comments raised. There was a comment saying that special status is the same as threatened. It's not. There's gradations of risk to species, endangered being the worst, threatened the second worst, and although special species are species of concern, they're by no means threatened or endangered. Regarding the comment about you shouldn't pave over the site, there'll be a loss of habitat, I'd like to remind the council that this is an infill site. It's a degraded site. Every month, goats come and munch on the grass. This is not a pristine wilderness. It's not great habitat. It's not even good habitat. And indeed, the Biological Resources Assessment concludes that it's marginal habitat for the burrowing owls. And therefore, the paving over of it will not result in any significant impacts. Plus, based on that survey, assuming for argument's sake the conditions did somehow change in 2 years, again, I remind you that the California Department of Fish and Wildlife says these studies are good for 5 years. So that is the typical shelf life of these studies. But assuming for argument's sake that things have changed, the burrowing owl, the pre-construction survey will ensure that if there are any burrowing owls or other species on the site, nesting species, that they will be protected. There'll be a buffer, a 250-foot buffer around any of those nests, if indeed they're found, and that will ensure that the chicks can fledge and that there won't be any incidental take of those species. And if this was the last pristine wilderness, I think that perhaps buying into a bank would be appropriate, but it's not. It's a degraded marginal habitat, therefore impacts would be less than significant. Did I get, were there any other specific things you'd like me to address?
You did. One more follow-up question. One of the statements from a speaker was that the addition of the gas station to the development was a significant change, and that would require a CEQA or EIR.
Well, it's a misstatement of the law. The CEQA recognizes that projects can change. And indeed, the whole concept of a subsequent CEQA document, whether it be an EIR, or in this case, a second subsequent MND, is to address the impact of such changes. And those changes, the impacts, were fully analyzed, fully addressed, and crucially, the conclusion based on expert studies and other substantial evidence in the record is that those impacts are less than significant. And EIR is only required under Public Resources Code section 15162, the CEQA guidelines section 15162, if there's a significant impact. There is no evidence of significant impact, and saying that, well, go ahead and do an EIR, my answer is it's not required. CEQA is not intended to generate paper, but to address environmental impacts and impose mitigation measures. The environmental impacts have been fully addressed, impacts from the changes, impacts from changes in circumstances. Mitigation measures were adopted as appropriate, indeed state-of-the-art mitigation measures, and as a result, the project will not result in any significant environmental impacts. Therefore, the city's CEQA approach was the correct one.
Thank you. One more follow-up question, if I could, for Mr. Brown. There's been indications from some people that the city did not do any independent analysis or review of the applicant's statements and studies they did. I would like you to respond to that.
Certainly, Council Member. I am the president of an environmental consulting firm, and I am working under contract to the city of Camarillo. Some of the technical studies were prepared under contract to the applicant, and they were submitted to the city for review and inclusion into the analysis in the environmental document. And all of those studies, and the reason that those are done by the applicant is that, you know, they are designing the project, and they have their experts who work with them on certain issues. But all of the technical reports then were submitted to the city and subject to city review to ensure that the information presented, even before it was incorporated into the environmental document, they were reviewed and then commented on and subject to review. And then they were only incorporated into the city's environmental document once city staff was in agreement with that information. And as far as the information that then I produced that the applicant did not, that was put into the document, that was subject to city review. So the whole intent of the environmental document is to reflect the opinions of the lead agency, in this case, that being the city of Camarillo. In this case, the document reflects the city's opinions based on its independent review of all of the information.
And it's your opinion that an EIR is not needed, and that even if one was done, the conclusions would be exactly the same?
If the members of the city council are in agreement as to the analyses and mitigation measures and conclusions of the second subsequent MND, then the conclusions of an environmental impact report would be no different than what is done here, or shown in this second subsequent MND. There's no need for an EIR unless you believe that that information is incorrect.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Who would like to go next? Councilmember Martinez-Bravo?
I have several questions.
Okay.
Councilmember
Whoever
Kildee.
wants
you
to
have
go is fine with me.
You're
whatever
fine?
you want to
Okay.
ask them.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So just to set the stage, this question first is for our attorney. So just so I understand correctly, what is before us at City Council is whether to adopt or deny the resolutions from the Planning Commission in regards to the second subsequent MND 23-4 and the Planning Commission's approval of the CPD 2226M5 and the CUP. Correct?
So the decision is to either uphold the appeal or deny the appeal that is being heard, which effectively would confirm the Planning Commission's action. So
Okay.
if you deny the appeal, you are upholding the Planning Commission's decisions.
Okay. So hypothetically speaking, if the council were to deny, what we would have to, what's the cause of that? Like, what
So I
would
think
we
you
have-
mean if the council wanted to uphold the appeal?
Uphold, yes.
Right, so then you would have to direct staff to return with appropriate resolutions with findings that you believe that the appeal should be upheld, because whatever it is that the council determines is the fault or the issue with the underlying decision of the Planning Commission. So we would need that direction, that there's not substantial evidence or something along those lines. We would need that information. We'd have to return with that document.
Okay, so I was going to do a follow-up where we would have to provide some substantial evidence as to why we believe we need to go that route.
You
Correct.
need to identify why the appellant has basically met their burden.
Okay. So the second question, I think it would go to our CEQA consultant, Michael Brown. So the majority of the people that have come to me and, texted me, whatever. The majority of people that I know support the project. Those who do not, the main concerns, and we've seen that in some of our comments, it's regarding the EIR versus the MND. So in the Planning Commissioner's last meeting from December 5th, at 42 minutes in, you said, if we were to identify new impacts that were significant and unavoidable, meaning that we could not mitigate to a less than a significant level, then we would have to prepare a subsequent EIR to the previously certified documents. But because we are able to mitigate the potential impacts to less than significant levels, then we can stick with a mitigated negative declaration process. Do you still agree with that?
That's correct.
Okay. Would you be able to address the concerns that came from VCC AMG in regards to after 2007, the CEQA regulations changed? This requires that the EIR have a separate category for delineating energy impacts caused by the proposed projects?
The second subsequent MND has a separate, individual section within it discussing energy impacts. So that is in there, and the analysis was conducted consistent with the city's CEQA environmental guidelines. Now, following the Planning Commission's approval of the project, an additional analysis, energy analysis, was done to provide more quantification and everything, and that is included in the responses to comments, to late comments document that's in your file. But we have conducted an evaluation of energy impacts in the second subsequent MND, and it's based on would the project result in wasteful use of energy, and the project complies with all current requirements, and now the applicant is proposing to even go beyond and reach the agreement to receive, to get the energy, regarding renewables and everything. So they're going even beyond there now. But an analysis is in the second subsequent MND as identified in CEQA and in the city's environmental guidelines.
Okay. So then we would be complying with the law in terms of that
Yes.
piece. Okay. Would you be able to just briefly, I know we say briefly, but briefly differentiate, like, what really are the benefits in having an MND versus an EIR? Are the results the same? Like, what, can you speak to that?
Technically, the results are the same. An EIR is generally required under two situations. First of all, when a project is first evaluated, if you don't want to do any initial analysis, if you just want to move forward with your document, and you don't know what the impact results are, then you move forward with an EIR because you do not have any idea of what the conclusions are going to be. However, if you do an initial study or initial evaluations that can demonstrate that impacts would be less than significant, either with or without the mitigation measures, then you can proceed with a mitigated negative declaration. If you don't require mitigation, then you do a negative declaration. But so I think so many people are caught up with the idea of an EIR is all encompassing. It's the one and only, and CEQA was not adopted to require EIRs on everything. It clearly lays out the reasoning for moving forward with a negative declaration, a mitigated negative declaration, or an EIR. And in this case, the previous approvals on the project met the standards for mitigated negative declaration. And then there were changes, one of which occurred with an addendum that was just very minor changes. Next one had more changes, so it was a subsequent MND. Now we have a second subsequent MND, but we're complying with the intent of CEQA and going with the appropriate documents based on the conclusions of the technical analyses.
Okay. So the comment in the report indicating preparation of an EIR or new initial study would also not change the conclusions of the draft second subsequent MND. That is basically summarizing what you stated, correct?
Correct. If you are in agreement with the conclusions of the document, then there would be no difference in the conclusions between this one and an EIR.
Okay. And in terms of the comments regarding that the proposed field facility and the tire center were not analyzed, can you speak to that analysis that took place?
The second subsequent, second subsequent MND, thank you, evaluated the whole of the action here, the whole project here. There was one, during the Planning Commission hearing, there was a question, did it include the tire center? Yes. It was asked if it included batteries, and that is included in that would be part of the tire center. That's one thing that Costco does. They sell and install batteries, things. So yes, all of that is included. The trip generation associated with Costco customers that are buying tires, then that's included in it. And then that means that also then the associated air pollutant emissions associated with those vehicles are included. So yes, it is included.
Okay. So given your expertise, obviously this is not an area that I'm an expert in, would you say then that you are fully confident in the project moving forward with this process instead of the EIR?
Going into this process, I was not wedded to which direction we were going to go. The analysis set the direction. So based on my intent, which is to provide the city of Camarillo with the information that it needs to make an informed decision on the project, those results showed that the environmental impacts were adequately evaluated in the second subsequent MND, and that a subsequent EIR is not required.
Okay. My next question was briefly touched on, but I just wanted to confirm in regards to the burrowing owls. Let's see here. So one of the speakers, who is a wildlife biologist, indicated that he had recommended a biological assessment, a current one, because this one is out of date. Can you explain what we did and how that would compare, or do we, are we in need of that? Is that something that council needs to look at?
As the applicant's counsel discussed, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife considers biological resource assessments to be valid and applicable for 5 years once they occur. And so the current study, which is, approximately 2 years old or so, is still valid. That does not mean, however, that they're, new birds, burrowing owl, something may be on the site. And that is why the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Migratory Bird Treaty Act require in appropriate habitat a pre-construction survey to be done. So I'd say the main difference between what happened with the applicant biologist versus the gentleman, the local representative here is, the applicant's biologist was on site and walking around. And I understand, looking off site and seeing squirrels there. Yes, things may have been a bit different. Squirrels are not protected. The abandoned squirrel holes may be used by burrowing owls. But if there are squirrels in them right now. Burrowing owls don't go in them. And it's important to state again that the reason that the site was considered moderate habitat for it is because there are reports of owls being observed in this area, including at the airport, around 2009, 2010. It's not that they have been seen on the surrounding properties, in the mean term, but because they have been seen in the past, it's considered moderate potential for them to be there, as opposed to saying, well, they're not here now, so they won't be there at all. They could be. That's why you do the pre-construction surveys. That's typical throughout the state.
Okay, thank you. I think my next question may be for Jackie, and then possibly our applicant. So at the December 5th, 2023 Planning Commissioners meeting, Commissioner Murphy at about 2 hours in, 2 hours, 25 minutes. It was a very long meeting that I watched twice. He talked about how the important thing to him was local adherence and adherence to public adherence. And he talked about the Air District Controls Letter and the RMA letter. And then further going down, Commissioner Vandermeulen, she indicated that if we can get everything added to the letters that we received, then she believed it was going to be a good project. And then when the motion went through, Commissioner Murphy talked about, again, that district control letter dated on December 4th, and specifically talked about item 7 with the on-site mitigation measures. Now, those are in our conditions of approval, correct?
That's correct.
And can you take us to that page again?
Sure. The
And
Environmental Health Division condition is number 210, and that was added based on the Planning Commission motion. And the condition number 231 that relates to air quality, the air quality from Ventura County APCD, item 7.
Okay. So the reason I wanted to bring this up, because this is something that I wanted to really make sure that was in our conditions of approval, what came, and this was mentioned during the reports, the project that came to the planning commissioners is now different or better in terms of environmental mitigation measures that were placed given their recommendations, correct?
So these are conditions of approval that were added based on the direction from the Planning Commission and the letters that were received from the county the day of the meeting. So those letters were received that same day that we had the Planning Commission meeting. We responded verbally in response to those letters to the Planning Commission, and it was their desire that those requirements as it relates to the item 7 from VCAPCD and the Health Division requirements be added to the conditions, and that was done.
Okay. So just for the record, I do, if council wants to look at that, this is for the conditions of approval on page 34. So number 231, it says the project operator shall implement a program for reducing mobile emissions. Examples of trip reduction measures that have been recommended by the VCA-PCD may be implemented as applicable, include but are not limited to the following. So then these are the different bullet points. So it was an employee rideshare incentive program, shuttles, van pool services to the Transit Multimodal Center, employee bicycle racks and lockers, hiring locally, lunch shopping shuttle service, on-site lunches, incentivizing employee electric hybrid vehicle ownership, phasing out diesel trucks to heavy-duty trucks, and increasing proposed EV parking stalls beyond what is already proposed at 20%, and then it says other measures. So I do, and this may be more of a question to the applicant, but hiring locally, does that include hiring locally for during the construction as well? Yes? Okay. And the other question is, so on here we have increasing proposed EV parking stalls beyond what is already being proposed at 20%. But there's really no delineation as to a plan as to what that may look like. You know, if we leave it like this, I think we can just say, oh, well, they increased it by 21%, we met it. So I had just some concern about that, but I did want to ask the applicant if they would be willing to increase that percentage. And maybe I should, let me actually go through this. So the reason I was asking specifically for that is this weekend, this is new information that, that came to me. It was through the Ventura County Star, and I can give you guys a copy of that article to the applicant there, and then I can pass this to my fellow council members. So in this news article, we see that EV charging infrastructure is to expand in Ventura County. So we, thanks to our congresswoman, we were able to get a $12 million federal grant for infrastructure, specifically for EV infrastructure. And so in the comment in the response to comments on here, it says that restricting the use of future EV parking spaces by non-EVs before there is sufficient demand for the chargers could lead to a situation where there is not enough parking on the site. So I guess this is, to me, this is showing like there is a significant demand in Ventura County. I don't know the numbers in Camarillo, but in Ventura County specifically, because there is such a need, we were able to attain that federal grant. And in the entire county, we only have 165 public fast chargers. So I guess the other question is, for that, you know, that piece that is in our conditions of approval, would those charging stations include the level 3 fast charging? How many? And, you know, can we maybe, if someone can comment as to that point?
I can provide some information on how the number of EV parking spaces are calculated. So the city does have a green building code that regulates the number of EV charging spaces that is required. And for this, and basically what it requires is that 20% of the number of spaces that are being provided be capable of providing for EV charging spaces. But out of that 20%, 25% of that is required to actually have the charging stations installed. The rest only need to be EV ready or capable, meaning that it has the conduits and it has the power available, but it doesn't necessarily is required to have the actual EV charging pump, as you will. And so in this case, there's a 901 spaces that the Costco project would be providing, and 20% of that is 181. And of the 181, 135 need to be EV capable, and 46 would have to actually have the chargers. And there is a new update coming down in July to the Green Building Code that would allow for, in lieu of providing the EV ready spaces, If they were to provide, for every level 2 charger that they provide, they can reduce the number of EV-capable spaces by 5. So in essence, if Costco were to provide 37 level 2 EV chargers, then they wouldn't have to provide any EV-capable spaces.
Okay, thank you. So if I'm understanding correctly, basically Costco has met legally through that, what did you call it?
The Green Building Code. It's a requirement.
Okay. So I would love to hear from the applicant as well, if they can comment on that, because I do know, I'm a Costco member as well, and I do know that they do contribute quite significantly to our community on many different areas, and I do see Costco as more of a forward-thinking company. In fact, you have, in your statement on your website, doing the right thing is a driving force for our continuous improvements, and that is the foundation of our climate action plan. And so I am also aware, and this is another item also in that letter that the commissioners were bringing forward. It was talking about solar panels. And so I think if you can speak to both of those and see, what the applicant is willing to contribute.
Once again, for the record, Dale Goldsmith. Regarding the EV chargers, Costco does have a very strong sustainability commitment and is committed to meet the needs of its members, including the needs for electric vehicle charging. And it plans to phase in those charging based on demand. There's a real practical issue, though, here to go beyond the initial 46 chargers, is these chargers use a lot of electricity. The infrastructure surrounding the site are not adequate to bring a lot of stalls, actual chargers in at first. That's why, consistent with the code, we'd have 46 from day one, and then as the infrastructure was put in, probably or potentially in conjunction with other development in the area or mainline improvements, Costco will then implement more actual chargers as opposed to the EVSE. And regarding solar, it's not that efficient to put it on the roof of the Costco warehouse the way it's configured, but rather than just, I guess, do a half measure, because the amount of electricity generated by solar arrays isn't that great, Costco is committed to purchase clean energy from a retail provider so that not just a portion of the Costco is from a renewable or clean source, but 100% of the electricity will be from clean energy sources through a retail power purchase agreement. And that's a program that Costco has been implementing all across the state. So I think we've not only met but exceeded the desire to have clean energy here.
Okay, and you would not, well, actually, I don't know if the question is you would not be opposed. I think I would just want to see, given that that is a condition of approval, that the statement is increasing proposed EV parking stalls beyond what is already being proposed. I would just like to see, something written in terms of an action plan and what that would look like moving forward.
Well, sure. Keep in mind that the Air Pollution Control District they provided basically a menu, a Chinese menu of options, and leaves it up to the applicant, and in this case, the lead agency of the city, to come up with a specific plan. We intend to work with your staff and come up with a plan that will fully meet the intent and the letter of that particular condition.
Okay, thank you. And just a quick question on the solar installation. So in your report dated February 5th, so in your recent Ramble memorandum, it indicates that the project is designed to accommodate future solar panel installation.
Correct.
So you're preparing the roof, but
Yeah.
you're
That-
not,
That's consistent with the requirements of the Green Building Code. But again, rather than just put a couple solar arrays and generate a kilowatt here and a kilowatt there, 100% of the energy of this project will be from clean power sources.
okay. All right, thank you. Let's see. I think I have no further questions at this moment. Thank you.
Who would like to, Councilmember Santangelo? Oh, okay. Vice Mayor Kildee.
Yeah. A lot of the questions that I've had has been answered. I don't want to rehash that, but I'm going to ask Mr. Goldschmidt. I think we're working up a sweat with you. I apologize for that. Where's your law firm located, if you don't mind me asking?
It's in West Los Angeles,
West Los Angeles.
but I practice all over the state. I've been representing Costco for 25
So
years.
you have represented Costco for quite
Since
a while?
I had hair.
Okay.
And that was a long time ago.
We can both relate to that. Thank you for bringing that up on Valentine's Day. So you have been a part of a lot of design, not necessarily design, but the legal aspect of Costco's that have been built throughout at least the state.
Well, I've worked on well over 100 Costco projects in that time.
Is this one any different substantially from the other ones that you've
Well,
worked with?
it looks a lot nicer. The design has incorporated design elements that are indigenous to the city, and nobody asked my opinion, but I think it looks a lot better. But in terms of the issues that we're facing, the CEQA issues, Costco has a prototype. The warehouses are generally the same size and generally offer the same goods and services. The gas stations have been, we've worked a lot of those around the state, and they're larger gas stations than when I first worked out, because Costco's determined that if you have more pumps, the operation's more efficient. There's less queuing, people get in and out, so there aren't 40 or 50 vehicles idling in the queue. That has gotten better by a better design and an evolution of the design of the gas facility.
So hence, that's why I was going to ask this question, because it brought up, I believe there's some 12 more than what our neighbor Oxnard has. And one of the reasons for that is exactly what you stated there. Is that correct?
Precisely. And indeed, Costco's committed to providing a great experience for its members. Sitting in a gas station queue isn't a great experience. And studies have shown that as you increase the pumps, and you could look in the traffic study if you want to get into the weeds, it reduces queuing and associated emissions and provides for a better member experience.
And you probably, I don't want words in your mouth, but you've probably done full-blown EIRs and CEQAs, and you've also done what we're asked of you tonight and what you were asked of here. So you basically are ready, willing, and able to do whatever it takes to do it right.
I'm first and foremost a CEQA lawyer. Costco isn't my only client, and I want to make sure that my clients are protected, that they fully satisfy CEQA. Costco in particular is very committed to making sure that they're doing the right thing, as was mentioned previously. And if an EIR is required, because they're going to come to me and say, Mr. Goldsmith, why did you screw up here? I'm going to make sure that I'm very conservative. And in this case, I am confident that the record contains substantial evidence, which is the standard under CEQA, to allow for the use of the second subsequent MND.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for you. If I may ask Mr. Brown a question, if you wouldn't mind, and you may have already answered this question, but you've done several EIRs and CEQA in your career. You've done
Correct.
several.
Yes.
And
including for the city of Camarillo.
Including, yes. And you're an independent contractor. You're not a city employee.
Correct.
So with your experience, if in fact we were to go back and say we wanted a full-blown CEQA or EIR, in your experience, in your profession, would that add anything to what you've already done with this? Again, this has been a long process. We've been dealing with this probably for at least 15 years, maybe even longer than that. So a lot of work has been done. There's been several iterations of what potentially could go in here. So in your professional opinion, if in fact we went back and requested a full AIR, would it really bring any new information that we're not aware of?
No.
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 It wouldn't. So you're fully convinced that what we have done here will adequately address within the realm of the law?
That's correct. I mean, if I had to prepare an EIR, that would require a bit more time. There would be, you know, a few more sections and things. I would charge more money. I would make more money. So, you know, I mean, in that sense, there's that benefit for me. But no, my purpose here is to provide the city with the information that it needs to, you know, with substantial evidence for you to make a decision on the project.
Thank you. I have one question for Jackie, but I hate to have you get up there and answer the question. Thank you for doing that. I'm sorry about that. Is this in the Heritage Zone?
Yes, it is.
And does it follow the guidelines of the Heritage Zone?
Yes, it does.
And is this an unusual kind of design for a Costco, or are there some boilerplate Costco's that they used here? Is there anything unique about this design compared to some of their other ones that you're aware of?
I mean, I'm not familiar with every Costco, but I know that they've used a prototype that is very similar to this in Santa Maria. The applicant can confirm. Okay. And that is a very attractive project from all the photos that I've seen.
And how have they been to work with, as far as Camarillo's known as being, I don't want to say tough, but we've been known to kind of know kind of what we want here, and kind of trying to make sure that the applicant understands that, so he or she or they do not have to spend any more money and time than possible. But how have they been to deal with staff with this?
They've been very responsive. We made it clear from the very beginning that this is what is expected of Camarillo. If you're going to come here, there is this heritage zone in our general plan that you must comply with. We ask for very rich materials like clay barrel tile roof. There's stone, there's brick on the building. They also added some kind of arch features, very prominent in Camarillo, that they added to this building. That is, I don't think, normal on any of their other projects. So they've accommodated the requests that staff had added to enhance the building and make it so that it meets Camarillo's standard.
And also a good neighbor with the airport that's next door to them. They're aware of that, and they were ready, willing, and able to deal with the pros and cons of that as well.
Yes, they've been consulted. They have no objection to the project. They've reviewed it for compatibility with their operations, with the airport comprehensive land use plan, and they found it to be consistent. There are conditions which are pretty standard for projects that are surrounding the airport, and those have been applied to the conditions of approval.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions. I have some comments for later on, but these are all my questions.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Santangelo.
Most of my questions have been asked by other council members. I think, Mr. Brown, I just have one question for you, and it's going to seem redundant, but I think it's important to ask. Does the absence of an EIR mean that there haven't been any analysis of environmental impacts?
No.
So not having it doesn't mean that we haven't analyzed the environmental impacts?
That's correct. We have evaluated every impact topic that's identified in the state CEQA guidelines, as well as the city of Camarillo CEQA environmental guidelines.
And that information is available to the public?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. I actually have a number of questions, principally for Mr. Brown. I know. Come back. Come back, Mr. Brown. And actually, some of them are going to be based on what Councilmember Santangelo had. And people have asked a number of questions and my council members have asked very good questions. And so some of this, so I've had a number of my questions answered. And so some of this may be redundant, but I will tell you that something that has been of concern to me have been the assertions that A, the city has piecemealed the CEQA review. Secondly, that there's just this need for an EIR. And thirdly, that somehow there has not been independent review. So, Mr. Brown, I want to ask you a series of questions. And I'm going to take it from the top, and we're going to talk about tiering. And I'm not talking about the fact that my 49ers lost. Well, it's not those kind of tiers. It's a different kind of tiering, T-I-E-R-I-N-G. But there was an assertion made during the December 5, bless you, Planning Commission meeting that the CEQA documents that are before us tonight, the SSMND, analyze the project on a piecemeal basis. And I want to get a response to this because it's in the record, and I think we need a response on this. The project was done on a piecemeal basis since it takes information from or builds upon prior CEQA documents and incorporates that information into a new document, in this case, the current SSMND. And the criticism, as I understood it, was that that should not be the quote-unquote standard practice under CEQA to evaluate current projects. So let me ask you a couple questions to see if my understanding is correct. Is my understanding correct that state CEQA regulations do not characterize this as piecemealing, that in fact, the law actually encourages the tiering of environmental analysis by building on prior CEQA documents? Is that understanding correct?
That is correct. Let me provide one clarification here. Under CEQA, piecemealing means that you are taking a larger project and splitting it up into smaller projects with the intent of reducing, showing smaller impacts. Okay, so that's splitting it up, moving things around so that your little bites are smaller as opposed to looking at the project as a whole. That did not occur here because in addition to the proposed Costco, the second subsequent MND continues to evaluate the potential impacts of the remaining Amara Shopping Center, which has already been approved. So we did not piecemeal this project out of the previous approvals here. We kept the entire project, the whole of the action as stated under CEQA in this document. The other topic then that you talk about is tiering. And CEQA specifically encourages tiering. There's entire discussions on tiering that once you have an approved action, be it a general plan EIR, you can tier off of that. If you have an approval for a development site, or let's go back, smaller than a general plan, a specific plan, you can tier off of the EIR for that specific plan. Or in a case such as this, we have approved entitlements for a development on this site here. We have adopted environmental documents here that were adopted by the City of Camarillo, City Council, and the Planning Commission. And those documents are still applicable, especially for the Amara, for the approved project, if you will. If Costco is not approved, the entitlements stand. So what we can do is tier off of those documents to reduce the amount of analysis that has to occur. I would like to point out, though, that we really did not do that so much on this project here, that we did conduct new analyses for just about everything on there. The document does compare the impacts of this project to the approved project and the conclusions from the previous documents here. So in that sense, we are tiering, but once again, CEQA encourages that so as to reduce redundancy, to reduce time. The state legislature in adopting CEQA never intended things to start over every time that there's a change to a project.
Right, because the intent of the legislature with respect to that is you don't want to go to a paralysis by analysis.
Exactly.
syndrome, correct? I mean, isn't that the intent? And so it's my understanding that 14 Cal Code Reg Section 152, sorry, I'm lapsing. The California Code of Regulations, Title 14, Section 15152 actually encourages the practice, and that's why, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Second thing is on the question of having an SEIR or subsequent EIR versus an SSMND, and it's in page 5 of the staff report. And my colleagues have really focused on this, but I want to go to one section. In page 30 of the responses, for the purposes of the record, responses to comments received on the draft subsequent MND, there's an entire section here that talks about section 15162 of the state CEQA guidelines that I know you are familiar with. And it addresses the situation, and I'm paraphrasing out of this response, where an MND has previously been adopted for a project and a subsequent environmental document needs to be prepared. The lead agency, in this case the City of Camarillo, can only require a subsequent EIR when there are one of 3 conditions met. Have any of those conditions been met in this case?
No.
Okay. So forgive the lawyer question, but I want to reframe the questions that have been previously proposed to you, and I just want to come at it from a slightly different prism. With regard to the impacts of this project, and specifically with respect to air quality and traffic impacts, because those are the focus really of appellant, what, if anything, would be analyzed in an EIR that has not already been analyzed in the SSMND?
With regards to those topics, nothing.
Okay. Now, as far as independent review, there's been, I know at least one speaker tonight asked for an independent review. And so there's somehow this inference that the review is not independent, and was produced, with the inference being that it was either produced or impermissibly influenced by Costco. So I'm going to walk through a series of questions, and I just want you to see if my understanding is correct. Okay, thanks. So is my understanding correct that the SSMND document was prepared by you as an outside consultant under contract to the City of Camarillo?
Yes.
All right. Is it correct that while certain technical reports were prepared by consultants under contract to Costco, those reports were reviewed for accuracy and consistency by both city staff and by you as the city's independent consultant?
Correct.
In other words, in the vernacular, they had to pass muster, right?
Correct.
Okay. And is it correct that this practice is expressly allowable under CEQA?
Correct.
Is it correct that if a lead agency, in this case under CEQA, the City of Camarillo is the lead agency, if it hires a third party, you, to prepare a CEQA document, the document remains the ultimate responsibility of the City of Camarillo, or the lead agency, for purposes of the project, right?
Correct.
And the lead agency is responsible for ensuring that the documents meet CEQA requirements?
Correct.
Okay. And is it correct under section 15064 of the state CEQA guidelines, I know you have them committed to memory, that the city, through the analysis, has to exercise its independent judgment as to the significance of all of the impacts based on scientific and factual data?
Correct.
All right. And is it correct that the lead agency, the city, and that's in accordance with section 15126.4 of the state CEQA guidelines, it has to select and adopt mitigation measures to reduce significant impacts to less than significant levels where feasible, right?
Correct.
And that's been done in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is my understanding correct that the SSMND, and I apologize because this is going to be a redundant question, is it correct that the SSMND offered this evening is a product of the independent review of the city?
Yes.
And yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Is it true that as a lead agency's third-party consultant, you're an independent reviewer, is it true that sometimes you draw conclusions that an applicant strenuously disagrees with?
Yes, it can happen.
Would an example of that be the recent CEQA analysis performed by your firm pertaining to the proposed Camarillo Springs development project with respect to hydrology?
Yes.
That would be a fair example, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you have to take your role seriously as the independent or allowing for our independent review of this document, right? So you're not here to act as a rubber stamp for anybody.
Not at all.
And to use Council Members Santangelo's, I think as you responded to her, you know, or maybe it was Councilmember Martinez Bravo, it's the analysis sets the direction, right?
That's correct.
Right, okay. Well, and since it's baseball season, you know, you got to kind of call it like you see it, right?
Correct.
Okay, all right. So for purposes of independent review, you've called it like you see it.
I called it as I see it, as I saw it, and
My fault on that one, the grammatical.
Correct.
Okay.
And then even the work that I produced was reviewed by city staff.
Okay.
So
In tandem.
multiple layers of independent review to reflect the opinions of the city of Camarillo.
Okay, all right. Now, I want to ask you a couple of questions about air quality and ask you a couple of questions about traffic because those were predominant issues for appellants. Starting with air quality, the assertion is that the SSMND failed to establish that the air quality impacts would be less than significant. Is it my understanding correct that the SSMND finds, based on the analysis in that SSMND, that the implementation of the mitigation measures AQ1 through AQ4 will mitigate construction-related and operational air quality impacts from the proposed project to less than significant levels?
Yes.
Okay. And the Ventura County Air Pollution Control District did not dispute that conclusion, did it?
That's correct.
And the air quality impacts were evaluated based on the Ventura County APCD's own methodology. Is my understanding correct?
Correct.
And the Air Pollution Control District methodology provides a single threshold for both project-specific as well as cumulative impacts, right?
Correct.
And even if an EIR was done with respect to the air quality issue, the same analysis would occur since the APCD dictates the methodology of the study and the thresholds of significance, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in the December, I'm going to talk about fugitive dust just for a second because that's been brought up specifically. And in reviewing the video of the December 5, for purposes of the record, December 5, 2023 Planning Commission hearing at hour 1:03, you indicated, I believe, that with respect to fugitive dust, you did do an analysis and it was done quantitatively, correct?
Correct.
And it was also, it was part of the overall grading of the site, including the fuel station,
Correct.
right? And it wasn't, so for those purposes, it wasn't broken out separately.
Correct.
But it was still done.
Correct.
Okay. With respect to traffic, turning our attention to traffic, the assertion has been that the project, again, the broader assertions, because there was a lengthy letter incorporated in the record of appellant's appeal tonight. The assertion is that the project would have both project-specific and cumulative impacts. Is my understanding correct that the city, for CEQA purposes, assessed traffic impacts based upon VMT, or vehicle miles traveled, as required under state law?
Yes, that is the change that has occurred to the state CEQA guidelines since the last environmental document was adopted for this
Right, so it's no longer an LOS or loss of service analysis.
Correct.
It's a VMT analysis, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
If I may point out one thing,
Please.
though, in the original environmental documentation for the development of this project, back when it was Paseo Camino Real, back when level of service was the threshold, certain improvements were identified that needed to occur to ensure adequate level of service at the affected intersections. And those improvements have actually already occurred. The original applicant for the site here, for example, extended Ventura Boulevard here. And then we have the freeway interchange and other improvements to Las Posas. So those original mitigation measures, although they no longer carry over, they have been implemented for the area. So level of service has been addressed for development of this area, even though it's no longer required to be analyzed.
Okay, all right. And I think I may have misspoken a few minutes earlier when I said loss of service. I meant level of service. So thanks for correcting me. So in other words, the analysis demonstrated that the proposed, is my understanding correct? Let me reframe it. Is my understanding correct that the analysis demonstrated that the proposed project would result in a substantial reduction in VMT compared to the prior approved Amara Shopping Center project?
Correct.
Now, turning your attention, because this issue has come up tonight, with respect to energy impacts, the energy impacts analysis. And I note for purposes of the record, on page 40 and 41 of the responses to comments received on the draft's second subsequent MND, with respect to that issue generally, what my understanding correct, is that the SSMND, and I'm paraphrasing from the response, it assessed whether the project would result in the wasteful, inefficient, or unnecessary use of energy and concluded that the impacts would be less than significant, right?
Yes.
And so therefore, based on that conclusion, mitigation measures are not necessary?
Correct.
Okay, and it also indicates, and I want to make sure that this is in the record, there was a supplemental energy analysis that was prepared with respect to this issue, correct?
To address that comment, correct.
Okay, and as I understand it, that included a quantification of the project's energy use during construction and operation, and a discussion of renewable energy and energy conservation measures.
Correct. It is part of the record.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. I have a question for Jackie Lee, but Jackie, I hate to ask you to get back up. Darn it, I'm so sorry. Thanks. When I reviewed the Planning Commission video, I noted with interest at minute 34, beginning at minute 34, 50 seconds in, that you talked about retail leakage analysis relative to Costco. Is my understanding correct that you cited that during the first quarter of last year, of 2023, the residents of Camarillo made over 91,000 visits to the Oxnard Costco?
That's correct.
And am I also correct in understanding you that in the first quarter of 2023, the residents of Camarillo made over 21,000 visits to the Westlake Village Costco?
Yes.
And finally, in the first quarter of 2023, is my understanding for that quarter, the residents of Camarillo made over 9,000 visits to the Simi Valley Costco?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, that finishes up my questions.
Mayor, I have one last question. I'm sorry.
Sure,
Happy
Councilmember Martinez
Valentine's.
Bravo.
This last question is for the applicant. Yes, for Costco. Thank you so much for your patience,
Yeah,
everyone.
my pleasure.
As you can tell, the city of Camarillo does its homework.
No, I'm incredibly impressed.
Thank you. So I'm personally ready to move forward with a motion to deny the appeal. The only thing that I'm still a little concerned about is the piece about the solar. There's a dicho or a saying in Spanish where it's no dejes para mañana lo que puedas hacer hoy. Like, don't leave for tomorrow what you can do today. Yeah. So if in your report you indicate that the project is designed to accommodate future solar panel installation and as such would allow future implementation of an on-site renewable energy source, And then from watching the planning commissioners meeting, it sounds like other Costco's that do have solar, that solar is typically put in the beginning or it's not.
Well, I'd like to correct that. On the
Okay.
Murrieta Costco, it was 5 years after implementation. That is of the Costco's I've worked on, that's the only one that I recall having solar. And that was 5 years because of the economies of scale, the efficiencies will get better over time. And when that crossover hits, Costco would be foolish not to put it in because if it would save money. Right now, that clean energy feed is more cost efficient than solar on the roof. But that could shift over time, and that's why the Green Building Code does provide for that.
You're saying that purchasing the green energy right now is more cost efficient than actually putting in solar?
Correct. And if it wasn't the case, Costco would be foolish not to do it, but I've learned over the years Costco is quite savvy.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, I was just trying to find a balance between, you know, people in our community who really are upset about a 32 pump station coming. And I know there are a lot of other measures that have been put in, but I was really trying to advocate for solar, as you can see.
And I appreciate that, and certainly, you know, Costco has a mission to do the right thing, to increase sustainability, and when it makes sense, and not a minute later, I'm convinced that you'll see solar arrays on top of this Costco.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, does anybody have any further questions of either the applicant, the appellant, or city staff? All right. Hearing none, time for us to deliberate and render our decision on the appeal. So, time for us to talk about this and not ask questions anymore.
Yeah.
Who'd like to start? I'm looking at Councilmember Tennyson. Do you want to start?
I'll be brief. There's been comments tonight about the need for an EIR, so our residents are well-informed and knowledgeable. I can tell you when this became public knowledge, I believe in about December of 2022, when it was public knowledge that Costco was looking at moving to Camarillo. I run into thousands of Camarillo City residents at public events, public parks, public coffee shops. We rode in the Camarillo Christmas Parade in December of 2022, and I probably had 100 people along the parade route saying, build the Costco, build the Costco. I have had maybe 5% of the people that have come up to me and spoken concernedly about the gas station. But everybody else, like one of our speakers, Mr. Lucas III, I believe, has said the same thing. I shop at Costco, I drive to Oxnard, or I drive to Westlake because Costco gas is cheaper. We buy bulk, we have big families. I think it's going to be a great addition to the city of Camarillo. The Planning Commission's hearing in December of last year, it was an opportunity for the public to get informed again, and I believe they were. I also believe that the residents, that based on all of the environmental analysis and the independent review by city staff and our third-party consultant, satisfy all of my concerns about this project and the fact that it will be environmentally sound, that the second MND, am I right? Second MND? Second okay, that one, has directly answered all of the questions. I'm comfortable with the Planning Commissioner's decision in December of 2023, and I will support the denial of the appeal on this project.
Who'd like to go next? Don't all jump up at once.
Want me to go?
Vice Mayor Kildee.
First of all, for the record, I believe in the EIR. and I believe in CEQA, and I've had the privilege, and I absolutely believe it's a privilege to be part of several approvals and, to a certain extent, very rarely denial of CEQA and EIR. I think that separates our state. Is it onerous? Is it expensive? Does it slow projects down? Yes, but I also think it makes a quality project. And I can remember when we built our outlets here in Camarillo, we were not the first to come up with the idea of an outlet, but we waited, and we got a good outlet, and I think it's done pretty well for us. And that was approved in the 90s here. Even with online shopping, it's still very viable. Let's build something that we can all be proud of. And like I made my statements here, that sometimes Camarillo gets kind of accused of being slow, a little cumbersome, but we want quality project here. And union representatives that hopefully will get some of this work, build a good project that all of us can be proud of when we drive by and we go in there. That's really important. Important for all Camarillans. And I've been here a while too, and we have a lot of pride in our community here, and I'm hoping that'll stay that way. I have no reason why it won't. The reasons why I asked whether we needed a full-blown EIR and if there'd be some new information that would come our way, I'm convinced that it wouldn't. Our consultant, who's done a lot of projects, not only in our city, but all over, has said there's no new information that would come before us. The reason why I asked how was Costco to deal with, whether they'd work with us here. And I got an affirmative answer that they will. If you do get approved, let's build a really, really good one that we can all be proud of. I can't say that enough. The founding fathers and mothers of this community deserve that. And we've really worked hard to try to attain that. And I think for the most part, we've done a fairly good job with this. I'm an animal lover, okay? I believe in quality air. I think that's really important. I believe in protecting the health and well-being of our residents to the best of my ability here. And I think the questions that were brought up here were very valid here. And I'm convinced that they'll be dealt with appropriately if in fact they come to fruition and we find issues here that we've got. I believe in the heritage zone here. That's what sets our city apart a lot of times. And I know it's an extra cost, but I think it's important here with this. I'm glad we had an opportunity. I know it's been a long night. I don't want to talk too much further here, but I'm glad we had an opportunity to revisit this. I think it's important because once this thing gets built, it's not going to go anywhere. We got one bite of the apple here, and we want to make sure that we take that really quality bite out of this. Pretty revealing to me that 91,000 visits to the Oxnard Costco, I believe 21,000 Westlake and 9,000 Simi Valley. I mean, talk about environment and get them to stay closer and not impact our roadsway can be beneficial to this. So with all that said, I want to thank members of Costco, and I want to thank Mr. Brown and our staff for doing all the work here on this. It's been a heavy lift, and our planning commission and our council have been a heavy lift here, but I think it's really, really important. And the public that's come down here and given us feedback, I think that's really important. Bottom line here is we want to build the very best, project that we can, and it's a change. I mean, this is a very large project in our city here, so let's do it right. So with that, those are my comments, and I look forward to hearing what the rest of my colleagues have to say.
Who goes next? Councilmember Santangelo.
Thank you. I want to first thank everybody that's been involved in this process, from our city staff to Mr. Brown, to the applicant, to the appellant, and to the public that's been here, because you keep us honest and you keep us on our toes, and you make sure that we do all of our homework. And so it's reassuring for me to know that we have such a community that cares so much about its environment. So that's reassuring to me. I think this project is a good one. I think it's going to bring jobs, union jobs. I think it's going to increase the tax base for the city. And I think, as we've just talked about the numbers, it's going to decrease the amount of time that Camarillo residents have to travel outside of Camarillo to get to Costco, which is an environmental concern, a good part of the environment. I'm going to be real brief here. I don't really have much more to add, except that I believe that the CEQA process has been thorough and has been correct, and that the subsequent MND does satisfy the requirements and what we need to do here. And so I would be inclined to deny the appeal as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez-Bravo.
Thank you, Mayor. Ditto. Yes, absolutely. Thank you to our staff for working on this for so many years, or over the years, and thank you to our community members for being here and providing your input. You are all valued, and I definitely wanted to do my job in doing my homework. Because when I first heard about the project, I got extremely excited. I'm like, that doesn't mean I don't have to drive to Oxnard or Westlake. But I had to set that excitement to the side to do my homework, because I did have some concerns over the questions about whether this should be an EIR, or, does it fulfill it with this document. And so there were environmental questions as well. And not to go on and on, but after deliberating and after asking our questions, I feel comfortable as to moving forward with it and denying the appeal. I think this is going to be a wonderful project for our community and a great asset. The fact that there were 121,000 visits to Costco's, the 3 Costco's in our region, I think that is significant enough. There are a lot more benefits, I believe, at this point. I do believe that it is environmentally sound, given the input that we have heard from our experts. And as of today, I found out that Liuna 805 was going to be working on that project, and that was kind of like the cherry on top, because as many of you know, my father was a farm worker here in Ventura County, and then he also became, later on when I was a teenager, he became a laborer. He worked as a laborer, and he was a member of the union, and that was the very first time that our family ever had access to health care. And so I get emotional thinking about that, but this is the impact that this project will have and will continue to have, not only for our community members, but for families who are putting their hands to work and who are serving their children. So thank you for being here and being in support. And with that being said, I am comfortable with denying the appeal.
Ditto. But since this is an appeal hearing, I want to make a few other comments for purposes of the administrative record. For the record, I've reviewed the December 2023 final SSMND 2023-4 and prior CEQA documents. I've reviewed tonight's staff report and all attachments to the staff report, including the appeals, well, now one appeal, the responses to comments and the responses to late comments. I reviewed the video of the December 5, 2023 Planning Commission meeting concerning this project, quite a lengthy meeting that evening. As my fellow council members have said, thank you to everyone who has participated in the process tonight, including the applicant, the appellant, the numerous individuals who have testified orally or provided us with written comments, and to the planning commissioners who, I think, very thoughtfully heard this matter on December 5. I've carefully read and I've listened and I've evaluated all their comments. Bottom line is I will vote in favor of the resolution denying the appeal. Respectfully, based on the administrative record of these proceedings, I do not believe there are gaps in the analysis that some have suggested. In my view, there exists substantial evidence in the record supporting the use of the SSMND and its conclusions. The tiering appears to me to be appropriate. The type of CEQA document, the SSMND vis-a-vis the EIR, appears to me to be appropriate under state CEQA guidelines. And I'm also satisfied that the city has done an independent review. I think common sense also suggests that the project will result in a reduction in VMT and air quality impacts based on the reduced number of vehicle trips to Costco stores in Oxnard, Westlake Village, and Simi, and that was part of the record of the Planning Commission proceeding. And that, to me, appears to be a pronounced environmental benefit, which I think bears keeping in mind. I think you heard the answer to the question, and specifically regarding air quality and traffic impacts, but it was more than that, and it was to Mr. Brown. What, if anything, would be analyzed in an EIR that has not already been analyzed in the SSMND? And the answer was nothing. That was the answer. I'm confident that the project will be built well based on the high level of skill of our local construction workforce, of our labor workforce. So I'm very confident that this will be a project that we are all going to be proud of that's in our heritage zone. So, with that, now I can finally say I finished my comments. Do I hear a motion?
Your Honor, I'll make that motion. It's motion number 1, and it's adopt a resolution denying the appeal for items A and B, and I can read them for the record if we need to, Counselor, or can I just mention A and B?
You can just note how they are listed on the agenda report.
Yes, that would be item 1, and it would be A and B as submitted on the agenda.
All right, I have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
I think the tie goes to the runner,
Second,
and that
third.
was Mr. Tennyson. So, sorry.
Okay.
That's right.
All right, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Kildee,
Yes.
Councilmember Tennyson,
Yes.
Councilmember Santangelo,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Bravo,
Yes.
and Mayor Tremblay.
Yes. All right, that matter was approved on a 5-0 vote. And that brings us almost to the end of our meeting tonight. Madam City Attorney, do we have any closed session report?
Yes, Mayor and Council, there was no reportable action taken in closed session. Thank you.
All right, and I would like the record to reflect, and perhaps Mr. Kildee wants to be heard a little bit further, that we're going to adjourn this meeting in the memory of Mr. Roy Farmer. Mr. Kildee, are there any specific comments that you would like to make in that regard?
Yeah, let me. Roy was a good friend of mine and a big supporter of the city of Camarillo. He was 88 years old. Very, very bright man. He was a college professor at several locations, not the least of which is up at Cal Lutheran. Here he has a tremendous family and a wonderful wife, Tony. And when I first ran for city council, I had a conversation with Roy, and he really encouraged me, thought I would do a good job. Hopefully that I've done the best job in his mind as I can, and he loved the city, and he loved the councils. He spent many years talking to me about city issues. He wasn't afraid to express his opinion on things, but he always did it from a very academic and a very understanding way to him, and just a great family. He has a great wife, Tony, and he's going to be missed. And as a Ram fan, I never held it against him that he was a Packer fan, but great man, and kind of exemplifies a lot what our community's about. And Godspeed, Roy.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kildee. With that note, we will adjourn in memory of Mr. Roy Farmer, and I will adjourn this meeting at 8:40 p.m.
Happy Valentine's.